Good morning. How are you? Very good.
The whole process. We had to go through here.
Just to get it going.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. It's not hard. It's just different. And I didn't have much time to play with it yesterday because I was working, so I'm kind of still feeling my way through it. All right, guys, you had chapter 10. Oh, sorry. So testing 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me on YouTube? If you can hear me on YouTube, please let me know. So my YouTube people, let me turn my computer around here so I can see. Okay, YouTube people, can you hear me? Tell me if you can hear me. Oh, good luck, Ellie. Ellie is testing this morning. And all right, good luck, Ellie. Yes, you can hear me. Awesome. Thank you, Mai. All right, guys. You had chapter 10 to do before class today. So this was on page 141 of your white book. Sandy, how did you do? Very good. Chloe? Okay, do you happen to have 6? Okay, that's fine. Melissa? Melissa, do you have, I don't know if you do, but 5 and 6? Okay, and then I need 8 and 9. Okay, no problem. Denisely? Okay, do you have 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9? You didn't miss any? Got them all right? Okay. All right. What about 8 and 9? Thank you. Very good. Amanda? Dawn? Whitney? Okay. Yep, I need 5 through 9, please.
Chapter 7, I didn't miss any. Chapter 8, I missed 1. And chapter 9, I didn't miss any.
Very good. Thank you. Caitlin? Karen? Soraya? Soraya, I need all of yours.
1, I did 1, 2, 3, and 4, I did well.
Did you miss any?
No.
Okay.
5 is good.
So,
6 is good.
okay, by good, you mean you didn't miss any. Okay.
No, English chapter. 1 on 7 it was.
Okay.
8 was nothing. 9, I think I messed up 2.
Okay. And what about 10?
10, I didn't finish.
Okay, that's okay. Valerie?
1.
Very good. All right. So any questions on what you missed? Anything you need me to go over? Okay, that's all right. I'll give you your graduation folder. You just won't get your certificate in it until you turn your book in. I have to hold something ransom, otherwise I never get them back. So, yeah. Yep. So, it's no big deal. Just you'll come into the retail store and give them your book and they'll give you your certificate. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't mean anything. It literally means nothing, but it does to you. Yes. Yes. So yeah, it's important for you to understand that this is not a 120-hour state approved program with clinicals where we went out in a nursing home. We were getting you ready for the test, right? Those 120-hour programs, those are like $1,000. They're super expensive. And most of them use our book and our videos. So there's no benefit through going through one of those. But remember that because this is a test prep, it's not going to meet the educational requirements of a lot of states out there. So if you try to move to Iowa, I don't know why, but if you wanted to move to Iowa and Iowa said, well, we need proof that you went through a class, this isn't going to meet that proof. Okay. Because they're looking for a class with clinicals. So a lot of states out there, they don't care. If you've got a Florida certification, we'll give you one here too. Just pay a little fee, take our background check. We need you. So a lot of states don't care, but there are a few that are a little bit more. Yeah, California. Yeah, California, definitely you would, have difficulty. You'd have to start over. Yeah. Yeah, they're a different breed. All right, so we'll get into the certificate in a little bit, but there's a couple of things that we need to go over before we get there. Okay, a lot of stuff I have to talk to you about today. So you have completed the program, that's great. But the program was designed to get you to the state exam. If you have not registered for that state test yet, you need to do that. That's going to be super important. Good morning. That's going to be super important. That's your next step. Okay. If you don't remember how to register or you need more instructions, let me know and I'll give you the website again. And I literally walk you through it in the video on the website. If you just watch that video, and then below it is a follow along slideshow. So you don't even have to like pause the video, just watch the whole thing, scroll down a little bit, and then just follow along with the slides and you can't mess it up. I mean, I've literally covered everything. So if you have trouble registering for the test, let me know. But once you get past the test, once you take the exam, you're going to get your certification, your blue card, in about roughly 7 to 10 days after you test. So that time period between testing day and when you get your blue card is kind of like a no man's land. Well, do I work? Can I work? What do I do? It's kind of a holding period. You can actually work when you take your test and you get your results. We have looked at this before. You get your test results. This is your temporary certification. As long as you have both of them and they both say passed, you can go to an employer and show them this. And this allows you to work right away. They can, within about 48 hours, they can actually look you up on the state registry. So Florida, super quick. Other states, there are some states, they don't even tell you that day whether you passed. You have to go home and wait for it to come in the mail. I'd be chewing my fingers off. So we're very fortunate in that they understand this. You'll get your test results that day as you leave the facility. Remember, the evaluators cannot talk to you about your test results. So don't try to argue with them. They're going to push you out the door and say, we don't discuss this. Not open for discussion. Okay. But they'll give you your results as you're leaving, and that is your temporary certification until your blue card comes. Now, once you have your blue card, there's some requirements that you're going to have to keep it. One of those requirements is that you need to report any criminal charges against you. So if you get pulled over for a DUI, you are required to report it. Don't wait and let them figure that out on their own, because they will. When you go get that level 2 background check, that code you use actually ties you to the Board of Nursing. So if you get pulled over or you get picked up for anything, that's going to be transmitted to the Board of Nursing. They're going to find out. This is not a, hide in the closet, cross your fingers and hope it never comes out. That ship has sailed. So if you are charged with any criminal charges, you need to let them know. It used to be convicted, if you were convicted of any criminal charges, but and I'm not entirely sure on this point, but it's best to notify them about charges and then let them lead you from there. Because if you've been charged with a serious felony with bodily harm type charge, they don't want you working with patients while you're waiting to find out if you're convicted. Does that make sense? Okay. So they aren't going to hold it against you for being charged, but it does allow them to make some decisions as to whether you're safe to work with grandma in the meantime.
Probably do the background check before the application. Before we take the exam, they're going to notify us the questions now.
Okay, so the process is you get your background check done, you apply for the test. If you have a criminal background, okay, so let me back up. When you go get your background check done, you go do the fingerprints, they take your picture, it goes into a place called the clearinghouse. Think of it like a filing cabinet. When you register with Prometric, so you register for the test, Prometric goes to that filing cabinet, pulls your background and puts it with your application and makes a packet. That packet is then sent off to the Board of Nursing. The Board of Nursing is the one that has to decide whether you're safe to work with grandma. They're not going to let you test until they know you're safe to work with grandma. So an actual physical person at the Board of Nursing reviews your criminal background and your application. And if there's nothing there, they're just going to stamp approved for test. They send it back to Prometric, and Prometric schedules your test date. If there is a criminal history, they've got to look a little bit further. They got to figure out what the charge was, whether you completed the terms associated with this charge, community service, fine, probation, that type of thing. How many charges were there? When was the last one? What is the nature of those charges? One shoplifting charge from 12 years ago when you were young and dumb and got caught, they're not really worried about that too much. 12 shoplifting charges, and the last one was 3 months ago, shows a pattern. We don't want you in grandma's house, right? Because chances are you're going to walk off with something to grandma's. You've got a problem. So that's what they're going to look at. The type of offense, the amount of offenses, how serious it was. Did it involve bodily harm? Is there a repeating pattern? These are all things they look at. And if they think, well, you're probably okay, but I want a little more information from you, they're going to give you they're going to send you a letter asking you for your side of the story. So you just write it all out. It was a bad situation. I was in this, whatever, you tell your side of the story and they judge it from there. They give you an opportunity to kind of say your piece, because we all have our own version of the story, right? So they're going to kind of ask you for a little bit more. In some cases, that's not quite enough. So they will invite you to come to a Board of Nursing meeting, and they will ask you in person, okay, tell us a little bit more about what happened and why you think you're a good fit for healthcare based on what I'm seeing. So you got to have a good answer. Like, well, I was into gangs when I was a teenager. I made some really bad decisions. I did some really horrible things. I went to jail for a while. I, went through a program, whatever the case may be. Now I'm out. I paid my debt to society. I've been good for 10 years. I've changed my ways, and I really do want to give back by entering healthcare now. Well, that person might still be a good fit, even though they had a sketchy background. Does that make sense? I can't give you a specific. I have no idea, because it's an individual that's judging it. I have no idea what that individual is going to think about your specific situation. That's like me saying I prefer vanilla ice cream. It doesn't mean anything to somebody else down the road. They may like vanilla. They may prefer pistachio, right? I can't speak for the person that's going to be making that decision. So I can't give you any input. I can't. Again, I can't. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes. Arrests are on your record. Convictions is what's held against you, but arrests are on your record, and they're going to need to be explained. I'll give you a good example. We had a student about 10 or 12 years ago. This was, talk about bad situation, wrong place, wrong time type thing. She was driving down the road, just driving, minding her business, and she got pulled over. And she's thinking, well, maybe I was speeding and didn't realize it. I don't know why I'm being pulled over. They ordered her out of the car at gunpoint. They made her lay down on the ground. They cuffed her, put her in the back of the car. Now, she had her kid in the vehicle with her. And they charged her with leaving the scene of an accident involving death.
Oh my God.
Okay, which was a vehicular manslaughter charge. Her child, this is on a Friday afternoon. Her child ended up with DCFS. She went to jail. Turns out the car was the same type of car that was involved in a felony hit and run with, death. And because she was driving this car that fit the same description, and it was a Friday afternoon, it took her a couple of days to work all this out. And once they realized it wasn't her, she wasn't the one they were looking for, they're like, oh, our apologies. Yeah, sorry. And yeah, there were a lot of repercussions to this, obviously. Her job was affected, her child was affected, her finances were affected, and the psychological turmoil of all of that, right? You can be charged with anything at any time. It doesn't mean that it's true, but you can be charged with anything at any time. Well, when she went to register for the test, it showed up. And she had to explain it. No, it wasn't held against her. But again, let me make this crystal clear. I cannot remark on how they're going to judge anything. Okay. So I don't want you to construe this as representative of what you're going to face. I don't know. So I want to be crystal clear on that. Okay. You're going to have to you're going to have to approach your situation independent, like nobody has ever gone through this before. Okay. So I can't give you any indication one way or another. And I'm being very, very clear on that because I had a student come back here and accuse me of misleading them. Because I gave an example, they thought it applied to them and they had to go through more hoops, and then they came back and yelled at me. So I want to be crystal clear on this issue. Yeah, I get tired of being yelled at for giving information. So just understand that they look at every situation independently and they will ask you for your side of the story. That's the point of what I'm getting to. Yeah, that's the point of what I'm getting to. So you are required to report any criminal charges against you, particularly if they apply to a work setting. Okay, your work will also report it as well. That's the whole point of the registry, by the way. That's the whole point. Because it used to be, if you went to work for nursing home ABC and you slapped around a couple old people and they fired you, and then you went to work at nursing home XYZ, they had no idea what happened at ABC because you didn't put it on your application. They didn't know who to call. So they had no idea that you were fired from somewhere for slapping around some old people, right? So that's why this registry was formed, because if you commit an act of violence or neglect, serious neglect or harm on any at-risk individual, it is reported to the registry, and that will affect your ability to work somewhere else. It also allows the Board of Nursing to get involved to say, hey, that's bad. We don't do that. And hopefully remediate you if possible. If not, they're going to take your certification, right? They don't just immediately yank it. There's always steps to go through. They're very fair. They know how much work it took for you to get here. They're very, very fair. But it gives them an opportunity to intervene before somebody else gets hurt. That's the whole purpose of the registry. But you also need to let them know if you change your name, if you change your contact information, and if you change your address. Those are all things that you are required to report, because if they get a notification that, Heather Daniels that lives on Seaside Drive committed this act, and all they have is a Heather Daniels that lives in McIntosh on a totally different street, those two people don't match. So how do they know who to contact? So you are required to keep all of your contact and your name up to date with the Board of Nursing. Take those requirements seriously. They can fine you if you don't. Remember, you are being entrusted to work with the public. They have to know where to find you. Those are serious requirements. Along with that, you're also going to have to renew your certification every 2 years. But the first renewal, you're going to join a group already in progress. So it's not going to be a full 2 year. And I'm going to show you a video on this in just a minute. The video is going to explain all of this, has good graphics so you can kind of visually see it. But all of that information is also on page 122 of your book, your white book. So if you see that little video clapboard at the top, that tells you there is a video for this on our website. Please put a star next to it or an arrow or something to draw your attention to that. I have a video for this that's free for you to watch. So in May, when the renewals are due and you can't remember how to renew, my phone starts blowing up in April. I average about 100 calls a day in April and May. People that say, I don't remember how to renew. What do I do? Yes, it does. It does. But here's a video, and this is exactly what I'm going to tell you. I am not going to give you any information over the phone. I don't have time for that. So I am going to tell you, go watch the video on my website on CNA renewal in Florida. Okay. Good. So I'm going to show you that video now. This video is also going to talk about continuing education requirements. Everybody is required to perform some amount of continuing education. The video is going to tell you what it is, how to get it. But one of the things that's required is CPR, and you guys were talking about that a little bit this morning. So CNAs are required to have CPR certification. That's going to be part of your renewal process. But please bear in mind, there are different types of CPR. There is the layperson CPR, where we just teach you to push hard and fast on the chest. If it's been more than 6 minutes, you can blow into the mouth to give them a little extra oxygen, but they got enough on board. Just compressions are important. Compressions, 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 right? We'll possibly teach you to use an AED because they're out in the community now, where to put the pads, which button to press. Super easy. They'll teach you about the Heimlich. They'll teach you about infant and child as well as adult. So they're going to go over a lot of stuff with you, but that won't meet the CPR requirements of many employers in healthcare. Now it may, but it's geared toward lay people. People that are walking around in Walmart and see somebody fall in the pickle aisle and they got to figure out what to do. Okay, it's not employment based. Now, in healthcare, you're going to get paid hourly. Whether you're passing water or doing CPR, you're getting paid hourly, which means that you are effectively getting paid to perform CPR. That puts it into more of a professional category. So CNAs have to get CPR for healthcare providers. This is called BLS, or Basic Life Support. BLS. So BLS is everything you learned in layperson CPR. All of that stuff is covered, no problem. You're still going to learn the Heimlich maneuver, CPR on infants, children, adults. You're still going to learn to push hard and fast, and to blow into their mouth to give them some oxygen if they start to run out of it, you know, if you've done a lot of compressions. But you're also in healthcare going to have access to other equipment, things to help us do CPR. And that's what they're going to train you on in BLS. So Heart Saver, or CPR for lay people, is bottom. Basically, just anybody in the community that wants to learn. BLS is the next step up. It's CPR for professionals. And then you've got a step up from there, which is called ACLS, or Advanced Cardiac Life Support. Most CNAs do not go to that level because you're administering medications, and that is not a CNA task. So ACLS is usually reserved for nurses, paramedics, doctors, those that are have a little bit more advanced professional level. Okay. So CNAs get kind of the middle of the road CPR, called BLS. Now, sometimes your employers will offer CPR for you, certification. Sometimes you can get it in the community, but if you're going to get it in the community, make sure you're getting the right one. Find out what your employer is going to require. Some employers, they don't care. Just get CPR. I don't care which one you got. Just get me something. Others are going to require American Heart. All hospitals require American Heart. There are lots of different CPR agencies out there, but you need to find out where you're going to work and what your employer is going to require before you start attending CPR. Or you can just go for American Heart because that's top of the line and everybody takes that. Does that make sense? Good. Please be aware that online CPR courses rarely qualify. And that's primarily because, guys, the worst time to figure out that you had a crappy CPR instructor is when there's a dead body at your feet and you don't know what to do. And that's the problem with most CPR classes. You know, you walk in and they say, oh, you're a CNA, you already know how to do CPR. Here's your card. Go ahead, go to Target, go shopping. That's horrible. If you sign up for a class, if you get that, you need to report it. Because if I'm the body at your feet, I can guarantee you, if you haven't done CPR in the last 2 years, you don't remember it. It's not something that you do all the time. Right? When was the last time you changed a tire on your car?
About 5 months ago.
Okay. You might be able to figure it out, maybe. But chances are you're going to make a mistake here or there. That's just a tire. This is a life. We need you to know what you're doing. Does that make sense? So be really careful about these CPR instructors that want to do you a favor. Guys, I guarantee you the body that you're going to come across, they're not going to be happy with that favor because you're not going to be effective. Now, the other thing you need to understand about CPR is CPR does not bring anybody back from the dead. Never has, never will. All CPR does is circulate the blood until somebody with better drugs or better machinery can reverse the problem. We're playing the heart. That's all we're doing. That's it. So you can't really mess this up. You're just being a heartbeat. You're being a heartbeat for somebody whose heart is not beating on its own. So you're pressing on that heart. And you want to be effective. You want to be a good heartbeat. So you need to press in the right place, the right depth for the right amount of time. We're buying time. That's all CPR is. We are buying time. So if you didn't let somebody else know that this is happening, you're going to be doing CPR forever. And that's not going to be effective because we can only do the heart's work not even half as good as the heart can do it itself. Okay. So the first thing you got to do is let somebody else know so they can get the drugs and the machinery that's going to help this person. Because all we're doing is being the heart. Okay, you can't mess this up, guys. You're starting out with a dead body. If you're not starting out with a dead body, you should not be doing CPR. We don't do CPR on living people. Make sense? So don't let CPR freak you out. But definitely don't do it from a cut rate individual. Because if I'm the body laying there, I'm hoping that you got what you needed to keep my heart circulating until somebody else gets there. Okay. Make sense? So CPR is one of those things that you're going to have to renew. You've got to keep up with your CPR. And the reason that you have to renew it every 2 years is they kind of figure you haven't probably done it a whole lot, which means you're probably a little rusty. Let's review. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done CPR. I worked in the ICU. I used to do it all the time. It's been a while since I've done CPR. Could I do it? Yeah. Would I feel more comfortable if I had a chance to practice every couple of years? Yeah. And I think I'd rather practice on dummies than real people. Like, anybody want to volunteer for me to practice CPR on? No. So that's why we have CPR renewal classes. Okay. Standards change too. It used to be when way back when I first started with CPR, we used to do 15 compressions, 2 breaths. Yeah. Then they changed it to 30 compressions, 2 breaths, unless it was a 2-person team. So we had 1 person and 2-person CPR. Then they changed it and said 30 compressions, 1 breath. So it's changed over the years. Now it's compressions, 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 compressions. Blow in the mouth occasionally if you need to, but compressions. Because you have to do so many to build up the pressure in the system so that they actually become effective. The first 10 or 12 compressions you do aren't really doing much of anything. They're building pressure in the system. That's it. You're priming the pump. So the ones after that are the ones that count. Well, if we were stopping at 15, that was a problem. Yeah, we just got started and here we stopped and the pressure would fall. So they do a lot of research and then they create guidelines based on what they learned so that we learn how to do it more effectively. Good? Makes sense? Okay. So yes, you will need CPR. Don't go online to get it. Make sure you're getting it from a reputable person, but make sure it's CPR for healthcare providers. Otherwise, it may not meet your employer's requirements. Okay. So you found a good one at Weeki Community Center. Was it CPR for healthcare providers? Okay. Yep, you've got right. And then they can let you know whether it meets their needs or not. So yes. So there are a lot of community places where you can get layperson CPR for cheap and sometimes even free. So you look in the community, but CPR for healthcare providers is usually a little bit more expensive. It's a 4-hour class in most cases. And you probably will also need first aid. That's another common requirement for employers is first aid. So usually CPR providers will do CPR, which is a 4-hour class, and first aid, which is a 4-hour class, all in one day. Okay, so CPR and first aid is usually what you need for most employers. But again, you'd want to look at the employment requirements for wherever it is that you want to go work. Some places won't care.
In general, if you, that's the majority what everyone's doing. Maybe they might need all of that dance, but the probably be just people to get this one guarantee even if that job might be temporary.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. If you're going to invest, my suggestion is invest in American Heart First Aid for healthcare providers and, or I'm sorry, CPR for healthcare providers and first aid. So I would just get that right out of the gate. That way you're covered for every employer you might possibly want to work at. But there's different circumstances, and that's why I'm trying to cover all. Yeah. Unless you've already been to a CPR and that's what you've got. Okay. Then wait to find out what your employer requires. I remember many years ago, I had gotten my CPR needed to be renewed. So I went and got my CPR for healthcare providers and went to an interview like a week later. And one of the perks that they were offering, because we were in a nursing shortage then, and one of the perks that they were offering was we will cover your CPR. So we actually have somebody to come once a month and I'd already paid for it. I'd already taken it. So I wasn't able to get the benefit of that. But I will tell you, just be careful with that as well. There was a problem with that. I'm glad that it worked out that I ended up doing it the way I did it, because sometimes when employers pay for it, they keep the card. Yep. Yep. So if they pay for it, that's right. That's right. If they pay for the certification, they own the certification and they can keep it. And that, I mean, it still applies to you while you're working there, but what does that keep you from doing? Leaving. Mhm.
you know, at the hospital, and they ended up letting me go because I'm, but, basically, I quit upper for me. I let them know in advance, like a week, like, hey, I have to go to this, like, I'm sorry, could someone cover it for me? And usually the girls are like, yeah, I got you, yeah, I got you. Nothing for the whole week.
Oh my
And so it
gosh.
seemed to me like I did call, let them know, I'm not coming in today. I tried to get coverage, no one would cover for me. But my manager let me go because of it.
Because the,
And that was my ALS, the BLS, and they paid for me to do the training, the CNA training at the Hudson
Mhm.
Hospital training area. And so after I was done with the whole thing, they told me like you have to go take your test on your own. That was it. They didn't like give you this. They didn't. So whatever. I just went to work, but it like really screwed me over because now I can't even. I don't even know if I can go back or if I can go to any of these HCA hospitals anymore because I think they put like a block on me or something.
you'd have to check with human resources. Yeah, that would be my first step. And you might be able to explain, because that wasn't it was a workplace conflict. It wasn't a patient safety issue.
Yeah.
So that they may be able to make exceptions for that. I don't
So
know.
basically, my certification.
Yeah. And that's why I always recommend that you get your own certifications. You know, just starting out, if you're a little short on money, I get it. I mean, the class costs money, the test costs money. You know, you're probably looking for a job that costs money, you know, that you got a lot of expenses. So if your employer pays for it, you know, that's just remember that at some point you want to get your own so that you have it should you need to leave. And if you can afford to get your own, do it from the beginning.
Correct? Or no? Is it just
The classes, are you talking about no, BLS, it's not vocational training. It's not, it's just a certification. Yeah. No.
Yeah. No, I know. I think it's
Yeah.
If you want money, you can submit from this week. I did it because I knew they were gonna do it. Like I still have mine, but when it actually comes down to it, I'm probably gonna have to do it.
Yeah, you don't have your physical card. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, I get that. I do. I understand why they do it. I totally, I won't say it's fair, but I understand why they do it.
Trucking companies does too. A lot of them, they pay for the school, they train you, you would go out and do trucking. School. That's like 3,500 to 4 grand. Anyway, you go train your CDL license. What happens? Some of these companies, Swift and some other transport, I forgot. They take all these people, and you pay back to the school, and then after you have your life, but they gave you the training. Right. Some people just use them for that and bounds, and it's like a
Right.
$10,000 judgment on them.
Right. So
I don't blame them. A lot of people just use companies just get in and out. They don't pay enough. They pay like $12. I'm going over here. And that's on their end too, you know, if they did an expecting gonna be at least for them for next year or so. And then they.
right. They're, like I said, I understand why they do it. I'm not going to say that it's fair, but I understand why they do it. But what I'm trying to tell you is that this is a recognized practice that you need to be aware of so that you can decide whether, you know, what's right for you, whether to have the, you know, go through the employer. That way you don't have to come up with that money out of pocket if you're expecting to be there, or go get your own so that you physically have that certification and nobody can take it from you. You have to decide. Not every answer is right for every person because there's different situations. Oh, oh, that's tough. Yeah.
But they let it go, and I
Mm.
was like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how to do half stuff, and then they like made me shadow with like 3 different people, but those 3 different people all had a different way to do something.
Yes. Yeah.
I was like,
Not real sure what's right. Yeah. Yeah.
I brought the estimate. So these courses, do they want an extra out of pocket from a reputable agency?
CPR is going to cost you right around $70 for CPR and first aid, roughly. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, the CPR for what healthcare provider and first aid. So somewhere around, I would budget 80. Yeah, I would budget 80. Yeah. Now I haven't priced it out since COVID. I have no idea how COVID impacted prices. Everything has gone up. Milk has gone up, bread has gone up. I would imagine CPR has probably gone up too, but I haven't priced it out, so I don't know. But you know, it does pay to shop around because they're all independent educators. American Heart Association.
I actually do it. Kids when they did jump up so high in school. I remember many years, I don't know, they just here in Florida, they did it.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, so let's I'm going to show you this video. Remember that all of the notes are on page 122, so you don't have to take notes. It's all done for you. But let me show you this video so that you can understand the renewal requirements and in-services. And then I'll tell you how I am trying to affect in-services later. There it is.
How to renew your Florida CNA certificate. A guide for Florida CNA. Brought to you by FloridaCNA.com. After you pass the state exam, you'll receive your certification card in the mail. This card gives you valuable information. Take a moment to look it over. Check your name and address to make sure they are correct. Make a note of your CNA certification number. You'll need this for employment and in-service credit. Your certification also comes with a convenient wallet card. Sign this and keep it in your wallet and proof of certification. But one of the most important things you need to pay attention to is the expiration date. It will be located near the top of the blue card in the grid. In Florida, CNAs are divided into 2 groups, odd year group and even year group. Everyone in the even year group will renew their certifications in even years, such as 2018, 2020, 2022, and so on. Everyone in the odd year group will renew their certifications in odd years, such as 2017, 2019, etc. When you become certified, you will join one of these groups. But which group you end up in has nothing to do with when you test. You will be assigned a group when you receive your first certification, and you will remain in that group even if you allow your certification to lapse and you retest later in life. So how do you know when you will have to renew? It's easy. Check your expiration date. Every certification will expire on May 31st, either in an odd year or an even year. You need to know which group you are in. This is Jenny. Jenny became a CNA in 2017. She was placed into the even year group. so her expiration date will be in even years. She is joining a group already in progress, so her expiration date will be the same as theirs, regardless of when she became certified. Everyone in this group has the same expiration date. So, do I have to take the test again? No. As long as you meet all the requirements and renew on time, you will never have to take the state boards again. In order to renew your CNA certification in Florida, you must meet 2 requirements and pay a small fee. You must work at least once as a CNA for pay in this renewal cycle. You must complete the required number of in-service hours and pay the renewal fee. We will look at each of these in more detail in the following section. In Florida, every CNA is required to perform nursing-related services for monetary compensation within the renewal period in order to renew their certification. That means they have to get paid to do CNA skills. This rule is in effect to ensure that CNAs are using their skills so that they do not forget what they have learned. But there are no specific amount of hours that are required. But be careful. If you are not currently working in healthcare as a CNA, you may not be able to renew. But there is a way. Follow me to see Jim's story. This is Jim. Jim became certified as a CNA in 2016. Jim planned on going to work in the local hospital after he became certified. But Jim's uncle needed help at his bank and hired Jim. Jim likes his new job at the bank and he's doing very well there. He doesn't want to leave the bank, but he wants to keep his CNA certification active. He worked hard to get it. One of Jim's bank customers, a supervisor at the local home health agency, mentioned that they were looking for weekend CNAs to care for some of their new clients. Jim immediately filled out an application. He was hired and now works only one Saturday a month. Jim kept his regular job at the bank, but still met the requirements for renewal. Jim will keep one of his pay stubs for proof of the work requirement. Now let's look at the second requirement, in-services. In Florida, continuing education courses for CNAs are called in-services. You must complete a certain amount of continuing education every renewal period in order to renew your certification. You must complete continuing education in-services in certain topics every renewal period. These will include bloodborne pathogens and infection control, domestic violence, medical record documentation, resident rights, communication with cognitively impaired individuals, CPR skills, and medical error prevention and safety. So remember your expiration date on your certification. You need to compute how many months you will have that certification to determine how many hours you need. You will need 1 hour of in-service for every month that you are certified. First, locate the date that your certification was issued. Then locate your expiration date. Count the number of months that you will have your certification in this certification period. So if this certification issue date was January 1st, 2017, and the expiration date is May 31st, 2018, there are 17 months of certification. This certification will be valid for 17 months before renewal. So this certification will require 17 hours of in-services for renewal. Once you have done your required topics, the remainder of the hours can be in a topic you choose. Choose topics that relate to your work environment or an environment that you want to work in. The topics you choose are entirely up to you, and the choices are endless. In-services can even help you if you want to change jobs. How? I'm glad you asked. Let's say that you currently work in a dementia unit. But then your friend tells you about a job opening at a local hospital. You've never worked in a mother-baby unit, but you really want this job. You can complete in-service topics related to this new opportunity to show motivation. This shows that although you lack experience, you are willing to learn. Supervisors like that. Now that you know how many in-service hours you need for renewal and what the required topics are, you need to find out how to get them. Most workplaces require an orientation session for new employees. Some employers will give you in-service credit for completing these modules during orientation. In-services can be awarded for watching videos, classroom instruction, formal group discussions, or even self-study at home. This is a great interview question. Do you offer in-service training hours? In-services can also be awarded for topics discussed in monthly workplace meetings. Sometimes hospitals and other community agencies will host continuing education opportunities. These are often advertised online or in community newspapers or bulletins. But for many CNAs, the easiest way to get your required in-services is online. There are many online in-service providers. Each is structured a bit differently, but most have some sort of free trial. Simply search for CNA In-Services Florida in your favorite search engine. If you are unsure if the provider you want to use is recognized by the Board of Nursing as an approved provider, you can check them out on CE Broker. Go to cebroker.com. Under course search, select your state and your profession, and then click the Begin Search bar. Now click the Providers tab to access a list of approved providers. You can also search for courses right on this website. So far, we've learned how to work at least once as a CNA for pay this renewal cycle, and we've learned how to complete the required number of in-service hours. So all that's left is to renew and pay the fee. The bottom of your certification card contains the information you will need to renew. Your specific renewal instructions are printed here. Once you access the website listed on your certification card, flhealthsource.gov, click on Renew a License. After logging in, follow the prompts, check off the requirements, and pay the fee. Renewal can take less than 15 minutes to complete as long as all of your requirements are met. You will sign in with your username and password on your certification card. You do not have to send anything to the Board of Nursing to prove that you've met the requirements. You only need to send proof, which would consist of a pay stub and in-service certificates, if the Board of Nursing requests them from you. You must keep your proof for at least 4 years after renewing. Never, ever lie on your renewal. The Board of Nursing does periodic audits. The penalties for lying on your renewal are severe. Make sure you've met all the requirements before completing your renewal. You now have all the knowledge you need to renew your CNA certification in Florida. Remember to look at your new certification card for your next expiration date. Until then, happy caregiving.
Okay, did that make sense?
Yeah.
So your first certification is not going to be a full 2 years. Some of you will be expiring in even years. Some of you will be expiring in odd years. Everybody's a little bit different. It has nothing to do with when you get certified. Nothing. Has to do with your social security number. And that's because CNAs are known for getting certified, letting it lapse, getting certified, letting it lapse, getting certified, letting it lapse. And they need to keep you on the same renewal cycle with the same number each time. So that's why it's tied to something that doesn't change. Okay. Yep. Pretty cool, right? All right. Do you guys have a pretty good understanding now of your renewal requirements, your reporting requirements, in services, and so on? Okay. So this side of the class is going to, their expiration will just expire, their certification will expire in next year, next May in 2022. This side of the class would be 2023, or I'm sorry, 2023 and 2024. It's not one big group of CNAs, it's two groups of CNAs in Florida because there's just too many. There's too many CNAs in Florida. So they split them into two groups. I don't know which one you are going to be in. There's no way for me to know.
The only way they do that is just for renewal purposes.
Right.
It makes it easier for them to do that. That makes sense. So once you're certified, like if you get certified this year, you'll be going on even. So like,
Maybe not, because it doesn't have anything to do with when you get certified. No. Right. You don't choose. You do not choose. So you don't have to do anything. You get your certification. It has a date. That's when you have to renew by. Her date may be different than yours. Okay. You don't have to do anything. But it's important that everybody knows that there's two groups. Because otherwise, if yours expires in 2023, but hers expires in 2024, you may think there's a mistake. After your first renewal, it's every 2 years. But your first renewal, because there's already a group that's working, you're joining that group. They're going to expire on a certain date. You're joining that group. So your first renewal is not going to be a full 2-year renewal. What's that?
yeah.
No, on your certification is an expiration date. That's all you need to know. That's it. No, you don't need to know. Okay. Other than she may be in a different group than you are. So if you're talking and you're like, well, I expire this year, and she says, I expire next year, there's two groups. It doesn't matter which one you get in. Nobody cares. And you won't know until you get your expiration, your certification with your expiration date.
And May 31st is around the corner. You can have that expiration date, for example?
Yeah.
Okay, that's like even the registration.
Yeah. Yeah. Your expiration date might, if you get certified in January, you may expire in May. There's a possibility. If it's within 3 months, they'll grandfather you in.
Okay.
But that doesn't apply to you. I don't talk about that until February, my February class, because it doesn't apply to you. It'll never apply to you. It doesn't apply to you.
They don't expect you to have the same amount of CEUs for a 2-year certificate.
Right. Remember, it's
Right.
1 hour per month that you're certified. So if you get certified in November, okay, let's say that, you don't apply until today, you take your test on November 1st, you get certified in November. And May you have to renew. So November, December, January, February, March, April, May. How many hours of certification do you need, or continuing education? 7. Okay. After that first renewal, you're on every 2 years. It's 24 hours forever, as long as you keep renewing. They open it up, I think it's 60 days before. So I'm pretty sure it's the beginning of March. They send the notifications out in February. I think they open it the beginning of March to renew, and up until May 31st. Right, right. Remember I said that's one of the requirements? Yeah. All right. So you guys know I do these live lessons on Thursdays, right? And I always give a mini lesson at the beginning. We talk about, like last week, I talked about male CNAs. You know, the role male CNA and what traits they're looking for in male CNAs. Well, spoiler alert, same traits they're looking for in female CNAs. You know, this week I'm going to be talking about how to work with dementia patients or combative patients, or, you know, that type of thing. So I always give a mini lesson. Well, they are in services. I mean, that's what an in service is just a little more information, a discussion about a topic that's relative to, you know, what you're doing. So at some point, I will be offering in services for those lives. I'm working on putting that together now. But if you attend the live, then you'll get a link that's only in the live. You have to attend it live. You'll get a link that you can click on to go to a page to complete a, you know, a little quiz that proves you kind of paid attention, and then you'll get a certificate for it. And I'm probably going to charge like $1, you know, just for server costs, because I have to house those certificates. And so it's going to be like super cheap. But it's a way. A lot of in-services are boring, you know, especially if they're online. You're just sitting there reading all this stuff, and it's boring. I'm trying to find a way of making in-services relevant to today's CNA, you know, settings, but also a way that's a little bit more engaging, a little bit more fun. So it's something that I am working on putting together. So kind of keep your eyes open for that. I'm hoping to have that by the beginning of the year. But if you do that, if you attend those, and you get like a half of an in-service credit, because it's only a 30-minute lesson, and then I do question and answer. If you do those every week, you would get 2 in-service credits a month.
Very cool.
You know, so what an easy way to get your in-services.
I mean, 1 in 10 would be palatable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sit there the whole day. If they're teaching teachers, and you wanna spend it.
Yeah.
Or it would be so kindergarten, like we're running around the room with markers and brush paper and all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna do this with 17-year-olds, switching each other up, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. Not relevant.
No, yeah.
Not relevant.
No.
Yeah, as a nurse, I have to do continuing education too, and a lot of them are just boring. Just boring. I did find one time that was all like, it was actually kind of fun. They gamified it. It made it like a whole scenario. It was kind of fun. And I've always kind of kept that in the back of my mind, that if I ever did in services, I'd want to do something, not live, you know, I mean, live is a different beast, but if I ever did like pre-produced insert, I would make it like that, where it's more of a scenario, like almost like a treasure hunt type thing. All right, so any questions on renewal? Any questions on renewal or in services or reporting? Any questions? Do you know what you're required to report?
Name change, address change, Contact information,
Russ.
Yep, arrest. Okay. Yep, criminal. Yep. All right. So are there any final questions before we move on to employment? All right, so in your white book, turn to page 125. Healthcare is different from other agencies. We actually talked about this a little bit earlier in the program. I told you I'd be talking about it on the last day. So here we are, last day. We're going to talk about it. Healthcare is different. Other industries, you go to Indeed, Career Builder, or any of those job board. I probably shouldn't say those things out loud. I forget I'm on like YouTube, you know, so yeah. So jobs boards, we'll call them. Everybody goes on jobs boards to find jobs, but remember that those advertisements cost money. So if I'm hiring, let's say that I have a position open at the scrub shop and I want to hire somebody to come to work at the scrub shop. If I put an ad on one of those jobs boards, it's going to cost me about $125 a week. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Now, if I always have a position open because of staff turnover, I'm paying that $125 a week forever. That does not make good financial sense. So in healthcare, remember I've been saying over and over and over again that we are in a shortage. That means that every facility has at least one CNA opening. That means that they're going to pay these jobs boards forever. So that doesn't make good financial sense. It just doesn't. Most of the time, you're not going to see all of the job opportunities on jobs boards. Your better option is to go directly to the employer that you want to work for. If you want to work in home care, go to the home care agencies that you want to work with. If you want to work in mental health, go to Springbrook, which is our local mental health center. If you want to work in a walk-in clinic, we have about 15 of them in the county. Go put applications in. If you want to work for pediatrics, go to Maxim right here by the Pink Dinosaur. If you want to work in or Tender Care, which is down behind Friendly's Car Wash on 19. Tender Care is a pediatric daycare. It's for kids that can't go to regular daycare because they have medical needs. And they hire right out of my class. They're looking for people with daycare experience or child experience. If you want to work in a hospital, we have several. Take your pick, but go to their website. Don't go onto a jobs board and say, oh, well, so-and-so hospital's not hiring. They probably are. You're just looking in the wrong spot. Go direct to the. Now, I've made this so simple for you. If you go onto my website, we talked about this at the end of class on Monday. Go onto my website, the number 4, yourcna.com. It's right here. Right here. Go to foryourcna.com under after certification, local employers. I've listed all of them. And I didn't just list them. When you click on their name, it takes you directly to their website, their hiring page on not just their website. I took you to their hiring page on their website. I've done everything for you guys.
thank you, because half time I can't find them on their silly website.
Yeah,
'cause
it
they're
goes
somewhere
direct.
on the Bottom or.
Directly to their hiring page. All you have to do is click the link to apply and put in your information. I've made it easy. But if you don't know where you want to work, the first thing you need to do is go take my workplace quiz.
I said I did that for, doing a hospital.
Okay. All right. So it will compile all of your personality traits and figure out where you are going to fit the best. So if you don't know where you want to start working, take the quiz first and then apply at those types of places. So are you starting to connect the dots? You see how all of this stuff I've created works together?
It's for us and against us.
It does. It works for you. I've done all of the work for you. All you got to do is follow the treasure map. Okay.
And gosh, I'll see, gosh, I'll find.
So finding a job, individual employers' websites are the best place to start, but they're not the only place. Everyone knows someone that works in healthcare.
Yeah.
Think about all of the people in your orbit. A friend's parent might work in healthcare. Your neighbor's daughter might work in healthcare. Your coworker's sister might work in healthcare. You know someone that works in healthcare. In our community, you probably know more than one someone because it's the dominant industry in Hernando County. So you need to tap that network. You need to ask your neighbor's daughter, hey, where do you work? Do you like it? Are they hiring? Because chances are most of the employers out there have some sort of a referral bonus. So if somebody that works there brings you in and they hire you, they get a bonus and you get a bonus too. So that's a really great way of getting into a place. You've got an automatic referral. You have somebody to vouch for you. You get a bonus, and it's kind of a easier way to get in. You're not just off the street. They look at you a little different. But you can also harvest social media as well. LinkedIn is a great place to look for jobs. If you don't have a LinkedIn profile, create one. They're free. But you can also use Facebook, go onto the Facebook page for the employer that you want to work with. You can contact them through social media. A lot of them now have Instagram. I don't know. I still haven't figured out Instagram, but a lot of them do have Instagram. Twitter is a great place to kind of connect with people in that little society. So you've got a lot of social media opportunities there to look for jobs. So don't just open up your local newspaper and say, oh, there's nobody hiring, and move on with your life. You've got to get a little more creative than that. The job isn't going to come find you, but I guarantee you, they're all hiring. I know, because my inbox is flooded with employers that are looking for you. I just had one from Tampa call me yesterday. Do you have any students that you can send to us? I'm like, Tampa? Probably not. I've got some up on the board. Yeah, probably. I've got some up on the board. I have some home care there. I've got some on the table. We're kind of running out of space, but there's a lot of opportunity there for you as well. The closer you get to Tampa, the more you make. That's any major city. The closer you get to the city, the more you make. The further out in the outskirts, the less you make. That's any city. So if you're looking for the best bang for your buck, look a little closer to the city. But remember that you have to factor in transit time, tolls, wear and tear on your car, and things like that. So you have to figure out what's going to work best for you. If you're the type of person that likes to drive a whole lot and that doesn't seem to bother you, then that may work in your favor. If you've got small children, that could be problematic because you may not be able to get to daycare to pick them up in time if there's a traffic accident or something. Take them into consideration. Okay. You also have to take weather into consideration as well. Not so much here, but maybe in other states. There was a CNA on one of the CNA groups that I'm in. The lack of self-awareness here was just laughable. She took a job 4 hours from home. 4 hours because they were paying a couple dollars more an hour and she didn't mind the drive. Okay. So 4 hours, 4 hours. I don't know how much more it was. I have no idea. Yeah. But the problem was, and it was only a 4-hour shift, right? So she was driving 4 hours to work, 4 hours and come 4 hours home. So
I'm sorry.
didn't work out in my book, but that's okay. I mean, that's a decision she made and that's fine. But this was like in the late winter, early spring that this happened, and there were snowstorms and she couldn't make it to work, and she was upset that her work was mad. Those patients need to be cared for. They don't care about you. Those patients, you are there to fill that spot to take care of those patients. So if you live a significant distance from your work that you're applying for, that does not make it attractive, because I can't call you up and say, hey, I had a call off, can you get here? If you're 4 hours away, the answer is going to be no. By the time I need you, or by the time you get here, I don't need you anymore. So understand that how far away from work you are is going to impact how attractive you are to that employer, especially if we have to think about weather in between. So when we're talking about, going to places like Tampa to get more money, it's a good option, but understand that that may not make you as attractive as an employee, because you're further away and a lot can happen between point A, B, and points A and B to get you there. So it's just something to think about. Even though they may be paying more, these are things you have to take into consideration. Okay. All right. When you go for your interview, you need to take a packet with you. The problem is, if I'm interviewing, I'm probably interviewing 5 or 6 people a day. And you guys are all pretty much interchangeable. I could flip a coin and be happy. I'm probably not going to remember persons 1, 2, and 3 by the time I get to 5. They'll just kind of fade from memory. They're all going to be, kind of nothing to really make you stand out, right? Well, I can't hire you if I don't remember you. And a packet helps the employer remember you, because at the end of the day, when they're cleaning up their desk, they come across your packet and they go, oh, wait, Valerie, I remember her. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, she interviewed well. Okay. Now, the other reason that you want to take a packet with you is it makes you immediately employable. If I interviewed Sandy and she did not bring a packet, and I interviewed Valerie and she did, now if I want to hire Sandy, I've got to call her up and say, hey, Sandy, I'd like to hire you, but we need a few things for your employment record. Do you have your certification card? I need that. We have to have that on file. What about your CPR and first aid? Can you get me a copy of that as well? Did you go to school? Did they give you a certificate? I need that too. Do you have a resume? Our employer requires resumes on file. Do you have any other certificates like continuing education or anything like that? You need to bring those in as well. So put all of that together, get it into human resources. They'll check it all off. When your application's complete, they'll get it over to me and we can schedule you. Or I can say, Valerie, do you want to start Monday? Which one am I going to do?
Valerie, do you want to start Monday?
Absolutely. Even though you might be more qualified, you're more work. Take a packet. Packets get you hired. Resume is a list of where you've worked and your qualifications. Yeah. Paper. Yep. Yeah, resume is a paper. You can do them online. Just type in resume online. Yeah, there's. You can also.
Put this job, put this number, put this number, put this date, like this is how it all is.
Yeah, you can also go to Career Source. Look up Career Source. It's a free agency that will help you build a resume for free. It's a real person. They'll sit down at a table with you and go over everything and help you build a resume for free. So Career Sources is somewhere that I recommend that you go to if you don't have a resume. A resume should be a one-page sheet that makes you look good. It gets people to want to hire you. Okay. So you can see everything there in the second column under Make a Packet. All the things that should be in your packet. You may not have all of them, but gather as much as you can. After you apply, you want to follow up. Send a thank you card. I always send a thank you card as I leave the interview. So I have the card already written out in my car. Everything is done. All I have to do is add the name of the person I interviewed with. Put it in an envelope, make sure that it's addressed to the person at the facility that I interviewed with, and I go drop it in the mailbox. The postal, whatever post office is closer to me, to where I'm interviewing, I drop it in there. It shows up to them the next day. Remember, you can't get hired if you're not remembered. This thank you card that comes in the mail helps me remember who you are. So if you have a thank you card in a packet, there's no way you're not getting hired. They know that they now know. Remember that healthcare is a customer service. If you're sending a thank you card, that means you understand the concept of service. Thank you cards get jobs. Now, some people will send a thank you email. It lacks the same impact. I mean, it's good. If you've got no other options, send an email, that's fine. But a thank you card, way better. And you can get like 10 of them at the Dollar Tree for $1.25 with envelopes. I mean, that's a huge opportunity there to, for 12 cents to make an impact on someone. That's what it's costing you, 12 cents. Make an impact. The thank you card should read something like this. Thank you for the opportunity to interview with you for the CNA position. I look forward to hearing your decision. If you have any further questions, please feel free to reach out. Thank you very much. Your name. Super easy. But you need to send one. The last piece of advice I'm going to give you is to be persistent, especially if you're trying to get on at a hospital. It may take you 5 or 6 applications. Be persistent. If they see your name over and over and over and over and over again, they know you're interested and they will forward it on. Be persistent, especially at the hospitals. I don't know, it must be a black hole that the applications go into, the first 3 or 4. Be persistent.
It is so, I mean, they told me when I got there, oh, it's fast paced, but daytime, because that's when I went. They had me on night shifts, but they brought me on nighttime or daytime so I could see how everything is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I don't know what it is about nighttime, but I never sat down. Ever.
Yeah.
I did not get a break. I'm not complaining, but like, it was just like being new. They expect you to know things. And I'm not gonna lie, when I went in there my first day, I looked because they were like, oh, go through, oh my God, I think it was like a complete bed change. But with the guy in the bed, I'm like, I've never hands-on worked with anything like that before. So I'm like, I don't know how to do this. And then like, really, you don't know the basic. And I'm like, I'm just being honest. And then like, you didn't take your class. You didn't take the class. And I took the class. I took
Star Tech.
Star Tech RN class. And I mean, it was all hands-on books and stuff. I'm not good with books. I'm good at like doing it. And then they just throw you in there. And
Yeah, this is where practice becomes important. This is why you want to, and we're going to get to this in a few minutes. This is why you want to remember that you have this room available on Mondays and Wednesdays from 1:30 until 4 for the next month. So you
have to that once or twice every shift, because if that thing's full by shift change,
not change, empty. Yeah, empty. Don't change. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. So if you turn the page to page 126, chapter 10 covered some of this, but I want to go over a few things as well. It is appropriate to wear scrubs to an interview. There's something to dress for the job you intend to get. You're trying to get a CNA job, scrubs are appropriate. But if you're more comfortable, some people are very self-conscious wearing scrubs into an interview. That's going to transmit to them. You don't want to be self-conscious when you're in an interview. If you're not comfortable in scrubs, wear a business professional. That's fine. There's no problem with that. But if I'm hiring and you come in business professional, I'm going to have a harder time picturing you in that clinical setting. I'm going to have an easier time picturing you as a receptionist. So if you go in scrubs, there's no problem with that, but they need to be neat, clean, pressed. Don't take them out of the dryer and shake them out like we do for class, right? Neat, clean, pressed. Solid colors are best. Darker colors are best. If you have visible tattoos, you need a long sleeve shirt under or a scrub jacket over until you find out what their tattoo policy is. Everybody has a different policy. Yeah, I love the Wonder Wink.
Yeah. Tattoos, but
I have it in
you
my
literally can't see through it at all.
Yeah, and they're super soft. Yeah. Now, a lot of employers have a very lax tattoo policy now. But you need to you don't want to go with exposed tattoos until you find out what their policy is. Okay. Make sure you arrive early, 5 to 10 minutes. You are there to interview them just as much as you're agreeing to be in this place for 8 to 12 hours of your waking time. That's a lot. You are in some days you're going to spend more time at work than you do with your family. Awake hours. So you need to make sure that this is a place you actually want to spend your awake hours. You need to be there early to pay attention to what's going on at the facility. How does it smell? Are call lights being answered? How does the staff talk to one another? Are there any conflicts? Do the patients look well cared for? You need to be looking at all of that because there's nothing worse than getting a job that you absolutely hate going to every day. If you wake up in the morning, you're like, oh gosh, I can't stand this. I don't want to be there. That is not the job for you. But it would be better if you knew that during the interview. Okay, it just saves you a ton of heartache. So you need to be there early. Be nice to the receptionist. A receptionist can make or break your interview. If I'm interviewing, I'm absolutely asking the guys at the front counter, what did you think? Absolutely. What'd you think? Because they get to see you without a mask on. Right? When you get in front of me, you're going to be all sunshine and light and, best foot forward because you're trying to impress me. I'm the one hiring, but I want to know what you're really like. I'm going to ask them.
Especially if you're sitting out in the phone call, talking, when you listen to music. Some people
Yep.
say, you'd be surprised.
Absolutely. Yeah. Arguing with your significant other. Don't do that. Don't do that. My own personal recommendation is your phone should not even be in the building. Should be in your car. Because if you've got it, you are tempted to pull it out and go through it. It should be in your car, not in the building. Yeah. Right. Yep. That's very true. Very true. So make sure you're there 10 minutes early, but be appropriate from the time that you come in. One other thing that most people don't really even think about, if you get dropped off, if you don't drive and you get dropped off for your interview, the person that dropped you off should not sit there and wait. They should go away. have them get a cup of coffee. They can come back in 30 minutes or whatever. Or you can take your phone to let them know, but do not have them wait on the premises. Now, there's a reason for this, and it's one that's not really well known to a lot of people. And I'm trying to figure out how to say this nicely, but there's a lot of people in healthcare, because we're nurturers. We tend to put up with a lot of stuff that we shouldn't be putting up with in our personal lives because we're nurturers. And it's not uncommon to have an abusive spouse, a controlling spouse. Well, if we have a controlling spouse that is sitting outside during an interview, that controlling spouse is going to be a problem during employment.
How much longer and how long does it take?
That's right. Who are you talking to? And there have been instances where it has bled over literally into the workplace. So they are aware of this. If your significant other is sitting in the parking lot, particularly if they're blasting music, that type of thing, they are not going to hire you. Not going to hire you. Now, a lot of people don't think about that. It's not really on your radar. You think, well, I don't have a car. They got to drop me off. So, but if they stay there, it can reflect poorly. It also shows that you've got some transportation issues, and that might make it difficult for you to get to work. Yep.
Is it reliable? Yeah.
That's right.
And if it stops running on me,
Yep.
But I'm one of those ones who love to walk.
Yeah.
Walk this.
Oh, you got to go? Okay.
my kids aren't with the normal babysitter.
Oh, yeah. Just put that on my desk if you would. If you can go next door and tell the gentleman in there that you need your folder, just give me your name and he'll give you your folder right now. You're welcome. Good luck. Make sure that during an interview, you're odor neutral. Don't be heavy perfumes. Definitely no cigarette smoke. If you smoke, don't smoke before an interview. Good luck to you. Yes. Oh,
Thank you.
I know you had a lot of challenges. We're super, super happy. Okay. Yeah, I'll collect them in a minute. Make sure that you smile. I know you're nervous during the test during an interview, that's normal, but make sure you smile. Shake hands firmly, show some confidence in yourself, answer questions completely, but without a lot of excess information. And one thing that drives me absolutely insane is you are going to have a point in your interview where they're going to ask you, tell me a little bit about yourself. I know everybody does. And everybody does a whole deer in the headlights look. I don't know what to say. Oh my gosh. They seem stupid, but they actually aren't. It does. Yeah, it does. But if you tell me, okay, if we're interviewing and I ask you, what's something that you really like? And you tell me that you really like attending the anarchist rallies. That tells me that you're probably not real good with a hierarchy of, having somebody tell you what to do, operating within the bounds of what I need you to do. So yeah, if I'm asking you, what do you like? If you tell me, I really like going to Disney World, I find it's a magical place. That tells me that you're probably okay with crowds, with people, with, you're probably kind of a fun loving type of person. So it does tell me a little bit about your personality.
Yeah. And then like, what do you like? And I was like, chemicals. But I was so nervous.
Yep.
He was like,
Yeah, and that's that means, I'll tell you what that told him, that tells him that you're a very literal person. And that's actually something interesting for me to know if I'm going to be directing you. Because if I know that you're a very literal person, then I'm going to structure my information to you in a very literal way. Now, if I have somebody else that's a little bit more abstract, they may work better in parables. If you noticed my instruction in here, I do both.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to get the information to everybody, not just the people that are literal or the people that are abstract. I give information in two different ways to cover all the bases, but it is going to affect how I communicate with you. So even though you don't think that that was an, a useful question. No, it actually gave him some information to work with. I probably, because I use a lot of humor, especially to diffuse tense situations. And you've heard that in this class. The first class, I made you laugh on purpose because I'm trying to get you to relax a little bit and engage in trust with me. So in an interview, if I'd asked you, what do you like? And you say turtles, I would say in soup or in the ocean because it would get you to laugh. Yep. Yeah. No. When they ask you what you like and what you don't like, always try to tailor your information to the job that you're applying for. So if somebody asks you, what do you like? My answer would be, I like feeling that I'm actually helping others. I like the gratification that I get from actually having the skills and the ability to help others. That's a great answer to that question, by the way. And you're free to steal it. Okay. What don't I like? I don't like it when management gives me incomplete information, so I'm ineffective at my job. That's a great answer.
Something only happens like shift changes. You have to pay attention to what they say to you and like almost have to like go around them and like double check. Cause I had I had 25 patients, but I went in and she forgot to tell me that he had a Foley. I had no idea. So I just had been checking his blood pressure, changing him when he needed to. But at the end of the shift, the morning shift when we were switching again, it was full. And they just all looked at me and I was like, she didn't tell me that was there. And they're like, yeah, well, that's not really her fault now. It's your fault because you didn't look. And I'm like, it's on the other side of the bed. I can see it from this side. But yeah.
Isn't it supposed to be part of the care plan now?
It should be, yeah.
There's every shift change. Like this is what he needs. This is what
Right.
They didn't have that.
Yeah. Okay, remember our teams report? Remember we went over the teams report? Well, they're people, right? So people can forget to pass on information. Yeah, well, you really should kind of walk around when it comes to those 5 things, TEAMS, right? You should get report from somebody, but you should also make sure that you're checking those things yourself with the patient. So T is for toileting, right? If they didn't tell you anything about toileting and report, you need to, take a look, especially if you haven't helped this person to the bathroom all shift. Or you can ask the nurse, hey, how do they toilet? Right? If it doesn't get passed on to you, you can ask. E is for eating. You do need to know how they eat. Are they on a special diet? Are they on fluid restriction? Right, thicken. M is for mobility. Are they on bed rest? Can they get up and move about as they wish? Do I need to get them out of bed and into a chair? I'm sorry, A is for ADLs. I skipped A. Bathing, dressing, grooming. M is for mobility, and S is for special. That's like, vital signs, tests that are coming up, anything special you need to know. Right. Yes.
So you mentioned that there's sometimes different coloring also.
Right, right. So this is all things that you're going to go through in orientation. Okay. But it is important that you are able to give an answer to tell me a little bit about yourself during the interview. So you need to be working on that right now. If somebody asked me right now, tell me a little bit about yourself, my answer would be, I'm an RN, but right now I'm primarily focused on CNA education. I produce learning materials like books and DVDs and online resources. I have a complete course, but I also assist instructors with setting up programs. I coordinate with different organizations and agencies that are responsible for developing the frameworks for CNA testing and training across the nation. So I take a more of a consulting role in that, and I still teach in the classroom as well. That's my tell me a little bit about yourself. It's not, well, I was born in Miami and then we moved to Citrus County and I really didn't like it. That's not what they need to know. They need to know what about you makes you relevant to this place. So work on that. Try to come up with. Those of you who are coming out of food service, that's easy. I have a history or employment history in food service where I learned organization, prioritization, paying close attention to detail, being able to anticipate needs, when water glasses need to be filled, mastering non-spoken body language. You can see when people are ready for the check, right? If you're coming out of customer service or retail, you are able to diffuse difficult situations. You have some people skills and you need to take those out, polish them up, and put them on display. If you are coming out of entry-level position, you have learned the importance of following policies and procedures. You all have time management, organization, prioritization skills. You just need to talk about them. You have skills that work. You can give a mean bed bath. That's great. But I need to know, will you show up? Will you be on time? Do you work well with others? If you have left every single position that you've ever worked at because of a personality conflict, it's you. It is you. You got some work to do. Okay. If you just left one place because of a personality conflict, it's probably them. Seems like you can get along with other people. But you need to take a real good, hard inventory of yourself to figure out what traits you have. Okay. Good. And then you want to portray those traits to the person that's interviewing you.
I have one question,
Sure.
and it's one that did appear to me on a, in an interview. What was one of the worst things about your job that you
Okay.
hated?
And that does come up. They will ask that because they're trying to see what type of an answer you're going to give. And I'll tell you the answers they don't want are personality conflicts, because chances are you're bringing those with you, chances are. But there are some good answers to that question.
I don't like cleaning toilets.
Okay.
They kind of looked at me funny, but I was like, I don't like cleaning toilets.
Yep. So it's very literal. You're giving a very specific example of one task that you had to perform that you didn't like. And that's fine. You can use specific tasks, but what they're really looking for here are things like, what is something that you really did not like about your last job? My manager did not communicate effectively. and left us all trying to figure the job out on our own. Or the policies and procedures in that location were incomplete and didn't cover the required tasks. Or, yep, or being continuously short-staffed and having to stay over past my agreed shift in time. Those are all excellent things to bring up during an interview, because you're telling them some information there. Number one, you work well with direction, not so well if you're left on your own. Policies and procedures, you understand the importance of them. You're going to know if they're not complete. You want to leave at the end of your shift. That's important to know. Right? Yeah, you get to have a life. There are some people that want the extra money, that don't mind staying over an extra 4 hours. I'm already here. I might as well, So some people are one way, some people are another, but it helps me if I know what you are. Right? So there are some good answers to that question. You just have to figure out, again, take a personal inventory. What are some things that you didn't like about your last job? For me, my employees, I can tell you exactly what they would say. My boss's lack of organization, because I am a very I run a 14-ring circus, literally. And half of the time my monkeys are being sat on by my elephants. It's a disorganized mess. And you don't see that because this class is highly organized. I have refined this class for 15 years. Right? So this class is highly organized. My online stuff, highly organized. But my desk, not organized at all. So my employees would tell you that the one thing they don't like about this is my disorganization, because it does affect them.
I had a question asked me, and I think it's what I joined 3-1, and that's the last job I applied for. It was, what's your biggest downfall? And my response was like blatant disrespect, and like when people on your team don't communicate with you in a way that helps. It's just don't point to me. But I mean, that's the biggest thing. Though, tell me what I need to know and how I can fix it. But that's gonna happen in healthcare. There's always gonna be somebody that doesn't or what you need to do, your skills throughout the day. You're just gonna have to buckle down. Yeah.
Well, yes, I would agree with that, but I'm also agreeing with you as well, because that is, it definitely can affect your overall performance, like, because you're not working in a team-centered atmosphere. Right. So instead of saying it that way, what if you phrased it, because it is, if that really is your biggest weakness, that's okay. That's a legit weakness. So I would phrase it a little bit differently. Okay. I would say something like, since I thrive in a team-centered workplace, I feel that I'm not able to work up to my potential when the team is fractured.
That sounds awesome. That is so awesome.
So what you're doing is taking that negative and actually turning it into a positive. It's still a negative. We're still portraying it as a negative, but
No, it's not about mine.
the team dynamic, right? Since I thrive in a team-centered atmosphere. Yeah, it sounds like you had a very negative experience, and I'm so sorry. We're not going to say names. Yeah, it seems like your orientation wasn't effective. And I really I think that you probably would have been a great asset to them if they had been able to work with you a little bit more to improve your weaknesses and strengthen your strengths. Sure. I mean, it may, and a lot of people want to jump in. And I actually talk about this on my personality quiz. A lot of people want to jump right into the hospital, but it's not the best option when you're just starting out, because it is so fast paced. They do expect you to have a certain level of experience. And because there's so many patients and everything's changing so often, they don't truly have the time to provide the training that you're going to need. So, right. And it's fast paced with a high patient load that changes frequently, rapidly. So it may not be, yeah, it may not be all them. Not that it's you, but I think that maybe it just wasn't the right workplace for you to start on.
Yeah. I don't, like, what would you recommend starting on? 'Cause I've
Go take my quiz. Go take my personality quiz. It will help you. It really will. It really will. So does anybody have any other questions about interviewing?
Got one.
Just go to my main website, foryourcna.com, and it's halfway down the first page.
Mine said nursing home. Yeah. I was surprised.
Yeah, it's the not all, remember you're there to interview them too. So that's something you'd want to pay attention to. What was I saying?
I was gonna ask you a question.
Okay.
So how would you suggest, so I have a gap in my work history
Mhm.
because, I care for my dad right now. I was gonna use that potentially for an interview.
Oh,
what
yeah.
you've been doing for a
That'd
few
be
years.
great.
Oh yeah,
Can you do that?
absolutely.
It's not at an agency.
No, it's fine because it's experience, but it's experience in a way that you aren't really thinking about. Because you cared for your dad. Is he still with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you're still caring for your dad. You have a perspective as a family member that makes you more empathetic. It makes you more likely to communicate effectively and include not just the patient, but those in their orbit. So you actually, by having that experience, you actually would be a much more attractive candidate, because remember, healthcare is a service and you've got some experience there. Where if we have somebody that maybe has never had a family member sick, they've never been sick, they're going to be scared to death to talk to people. That fear is real. And now we've got caregivers that are performing care silently because they don't know how to talk to people and they don't know what to say, or where you're way beyond that. That doesn't apply to you. So I would absolutely mention that. You also have practical experience managing multiple health problems, making concessions for health problems. I mean, that just gives us so much to work with. So absolutely, I would absolutely recommend that.
Yeah, he had 2 knee surgeries at 89 and I was his PT,
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So on page 127, we have some interview questions. You need to be asking questions during the interview, particularly at the end of the interview, because they're going to ask you at the end, do you have any questions for me? And the very worst thing you can say is,
No.
nope, I'm good. Because it makes you look uninterested or uninformed. These are 2 things that you do not want to leave an interview. 2 notes you don't want to leave an interview on. So you need to ask some questions. You don't know what to ask yet because you're brand new to the industry. So I gave you some here. Not all questions will apply to all settings, but they're good to start with. Now, if you go to page 142 for me, this is a practice test. Page 142. Page 142. So this is a practice test. This is pretty similar to the type of question that you will have on the state exam. My students tell me this test is a little bit harder than the state exam, actually. The answer key is in the back of the book. I also have an online practice test on my main website with different questions. Inside the course are hundreds of additional questions. So if you have not accessed that online course yet, that's going to be your next best friend, is the online course. But you need to take these so that you have a pretty good understanding of where your deficiencies lie. Now, on my main website, I showed you this on Monday. At the very top of my main website, you can put in your first name, last name, and email and get an ebook. That ebook is going to walk you through how to answer these questions. And it's super important. You're going to want to download that for free and read it. Okay.
I have a question. How long do we have to take the written portion of the test?
90 minutes
90 minutes. Okay.
to do 60 questions.
Really?
Yes,
Okay.
Wow,
All right.
that's generous.
it is. It is. It takes most people on average about 20 to 25 minutes to take the written test. That's average. Some people are a little quicker, some people a little slower. But these questions should seem pretty easy to you. In fact, you should, as you're reading the questions, hear my little voice in your head saying little things, and it will help lead you to the right answer. When you pass the state exam, I do want you to let me know. You have my email on the bottom of your syllabus. I've also been sending you emails after every single class. You have no excuse. You have my emails, both of them. Send me a note. Tell me that you passed the state exam. Send me your page that lists all of your deficiencies so I know what you missed. But give me some information and I will send a shout out to you, a congratulations on my next live, if you let me know. Okay. When you go into the room, they're going to show you around, show you where everything is. They pick one of you to go first, and then they give you the care plan set and read it to you. And then you're going to do those 3 skills. Okay. But they give that to, so you can hold it, you can read it anytime you want. Okay.
I was saying, a couple of the questions I got wrong, it's because I was too quick to read the question
Mm-hmm.
and didn't slow down enough to.
Yep. Not all of the following except
Yeah, a couple of them was like.
first. Yeah. Which would you do first? Those are all trigger words. And that ebook will talk about all of that. That ebook is really, really helpful. Well, based on your personality traits, that would be the best place for you to start. Yeah. Doesn't mean you have to. That's not legal.
I'm just still over here trying to get, I went to Hill, I went to Citrus. I don't know if I'm blacked out or what, but I cannot. But it could have also been because I didn't have my CNA yet.
Possibly.
I thought like where another HCA career, but maybe it just doesn't mean they just want me to have.
Possibly, but remember I said at the hospitals, you have to be persistent because your first couple applications are probably not going to go anywhere. You have to apply over and over and over again. So it could just be that.
And they brought me on to do like a working interview. And then like, I never knew.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the interview didn't go well. I don't know. It could have been there was somebody else that just had better experience. Possibly. It could be, I mean, it could be a wide variety of things. Yeah, I don't know. And there's nothing I can tell you about it because I just don't know. But I would say, I mean, I know that you really want to work at a hospital, but I would really maybe consider a different option to get started, because a lot of the things that you mentioned, they aren't specific to PCU. And I'm not sure that you're going to thrive in a hospital setting until you have a little experience under you. Right, right. So a little bit slower paced place with more routine, routine tasks might be a better fit for you. I want to be a fighter pilot. I do. That doesn't mean I have the skill level for it. I would really need a lot of plane time before I'm ready for it. Even though I want to, I mean, I've got the desire, but that's only going to get me part of the way.
I love it.
Well, if you're looking to, if you are looking to get your LPN, I would definitely consider a nursing home, because nursing homes are utilized LPNs are utilized in nursing homes more than any other setting. So if you want to get your LPN, you're probably going to end up in a nursing home as well as an LPN.
Still like reviews or seeing.
No, because LPNs can work as CNAs.
Or like one of the other
There-
staff, then those just kind of fall out.
Right. Like as an RN, I can work as an LPN. I can work as a CNA. I wouldn't want to.
Oh, that's
Yeah. All right. So you got some practice tests that you can take. You got the online program. I've gone over employability with you. I've gone over renewal. Is there anything else? Because I'm getting ready to like release you into the wild. For real. Is there anything else? Any other questions that you have? Any of life's great mysteries I can solve? Okay, we're going to take a break, but before we go on break, there's two things. First, I need you, as we walk outside, I need you to put your blue books on this table, and we're going to go out front and take a class photo, and then you're going to go on break. Okay, so blue books here on your way out. Okay. Taller people are going to be on this yellow stripe, shorter people on the pavement.
I hate the inside too. Short people downstairs, tall people upstairs.
Okay, come on over.
I am intense graduate. It's the same and it's the whole time. Actually, it does say, but I was playing in the pool, washing my hair, playing with the grandbaby.
Okay,
There's one more.
She's in the restroom right now.
okay.
I was gonna redo it, but I had to track it all the last 2 days, so I was like, oh, well.
Yep, right there's good. Okay. All right. Actually, I'm going to rearrange you guys just a little bit. Valerie, I want you guys to switch places. Yep, you too. I'm going to have you two switch places. Yep, yep. I'm color coding you.
Yeah.
It's going to look nicer. Oh, yeah, it looks good. Okay. So first one's serious. Now, congratulations. You're a CNA and celebrate. Yay. Good. Okay. Go ahead and take your break. I am going to post these on Facebook. I do not tag you. You have to go to my Facebook page and find it. It's for your CNA medical training. It's number 4, YOUR CNA medical training. But take a break. When you get back, I'm going to give you your folders. I know it goes fast. Okay, go ahead and take a break.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, as soon as I get the graduation folders, it's just gonna be practice, so you're not gonna miss anything. Or you can wait until after and just bring your book back in for your, you'll still get your folder. You just won't- Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
So,
I'm sorry, 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. It's for your CNA, number 4, YOUR, CNA, medical training.
so if I'm gonna come in and grab this, like a lot of stuff I can, you know, do at home. grab this.
Right.
But, so I was thinking.
Well, this one you can't do with Amanda because she doesn't transfer well. She's too floppy. You need a real person.
Okay.
But the rest of these, yes, all of the, well, this one, you can kind of, she doesn't cooperate that well, but it's gonna be a life skill
Mhm.
on the exam.
Oh, it is,
Yes, a lot of it.
okay.
But yeah, the rest of these are.
Okay, so
Like the nurse.
and I did look, and she has a lot from being in the hospital, a lot.
Yeah.
The only thing you didn't have.
That's nice, so, I like this.
Yeah, or do the block bag.
The thing is
Take
like,
it off.
oh, can you
Yeah.
do me a favor? I'm like,
Okay.
what do you need? I'm like,
That's why my plan and stuff.
oh, okay, that's even better. I can do that. I like that one. I was thinking he was gonna tell me, don't ever send a photo like that again.
I'm sorry, you already gave me your book, right?
I paid for it.
Oh, that, okay, you
I-
bought
I
your
paid
book,
for
right?
it. But I have pups in the house, where they get it, just in case of emergency, and plus I can always use that.
And Dawn is on here?
But,
Yeah, but she. Oh, that's right. No,
no, she's on
isn't that Karen?
Karen, yeah.
Karen.
Yeah, that's Karen. Yeah. I'm looking for Dawn. She hasn't been here in the last couple of weeks.
I think we realized one person being really short. We had 2 for the whole time, it was just us.
But when you're done.
Yeah, I already got one.
Oh, yeah, she said she didn't have it and she will bring it in and then she'll get it.
Yeah, she actually went home to, that's Chloe. She actually went home to get it.
She's actually my lifelong best friend. So it was crazy when we both showed up, we both looked at each other and I was like,
Oh my gosh. So neither one of you knew you were taking the
No.
class. Oh, that's crazy.
and I haven't seen her long, not since my first time through, it was born about 7 years ago.
Wow. That's crazy. We had a couple that met in class about 10 years ago and ended up falling in love, getting married, having kids, and they're still together and they stop in every once in a while, to let me know, and. Oh, that's sweet. You know, this is kind of cool. Changing lives all over the place.
Yeah.
All right, so any final questions before we get down to business here? When I call your name, please come forward. I'm gonna give you your graduation folder. Don't open it till everybody has theirs. That way I only have to go through it once. All right, Sandy, come on down.
We both not to open it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to go take a picture of this.
That's
I
fine.
can ask somebody to do it, so come on, Sandy, go back up, let's take your picture. I'll take it, I'll send it to you, hold on, and shoot for everyone.
Okay, we'll do this. Oh, I know it's not yours.
It's cute, huh? Okay.
Okay. Melissa.
I'll start taking photos of someone.
And you're gonna have everybody in.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm gonna do it right now. Yeah. Awesome. This is, well, I'll just.
Initially?
Sending it.
Congratulations.
Smile, smile, smile. Okay. I have like 30,000 photos.
Amanda. Congratulations.
Let's smile. Okay.
Thank you.
Soraya.
Oh, just start snapping away, you got it?
I got it.
Wait, I'm serious, my pocket. Keep snapping.
Thank you so much. Valerie.
Oh, okay, there you go.
You got like 9.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Dan, smile, smile. Oh, yeah, good.
I will definitely give you your phone back.
Okay, so go ahead and open your folder. Did I miss you?
No.
Hold on. Uh-oh, hold on. What is your name?
Caitlin,
Why don't I have you on here? Uh-oh. All right, hold on a minute. Oh, let me get your, give me just a second.
I thought you did this like 3 times in your life, but you'll be okay, we'll do it again.
four,
I'll send it in four.
the time.
Yeah, I apologize because you weren't here this morning. I didn't print it.
Oh, yeah. I was running late. My dog got out and he was back like a retard, so he just got left out because I'm not. He's literally tracking a whole thing that goes in the ground around the neighborhood. I don't have time to. He thought it was fun time. Oh, geez. That door, the next door. It's no problem. So when we go for the test, what do we need with us? Do we need anything with us?
You're gonna need, you don't need pen and paper. I'm just gonna give you, come on up here. I've got to get you a folder. So I do apologize. So congratulations.
Okay. Another couple weeks, okay, good to go.
There you go. So you're gonna get the rest of your folder in a minute. I'm having him make it up. I apologize because you weren't,
No, it's okay.
when I printed them out, I didn't have everybody here.
I told her thing.
You said what? What?
You have a galaxy?
Oh, with an iPhone.
Oh, okay, so I can send you all the pictures.
Yeah,
What's the date?
there's 17, and it's in 12. 12.
Oh, I probably need to, I'm sorry, that's my fault. I'll reprint your certificate.
And they're dropping.
I'll print, thank you for catching that.
You're saying that we graduated 2 months early.
Yeah, that's the date from the, I forgot to change the date. That's the date from the last class graduation. I'm sorry. Okay, so you see your certificate in there. It's suitable for framing, but nothing else. It just is for you, basically. I'll reprint them with the right date. I apologize for that. But pull out the papers on the left side for me, please. Okay, the papers on the left side, the first one says good luck, and we mean that. We want you to succeed. And in the middle of the page is my name, address, phone number, and email. You can use me as a professional reference. So employers can contact me, and I do keep track of, attendance and participation and stuff like that. So, I'm able to provide a professional reference. Okay? The next page is resources. Just because you're leaving us doesn't mean we're leaving you. You still have this room on Mondays and Wednesdays from 1:30 until 4. Please make sure you're in uniform. No outsiders allowed. You also have the online program that you can access. You all received an invitation to it. It will help you prepare for the test, along with the practice test in your book and the practice test on our website. We've gone over that. All the videos on our website, we've gone over those too. But you have the whole course, which allows you to put some of you into it. It's interactive. So it's not just flat watching. You're involved. You can purchase a practice kit next door to be able to practice at home if you can't come in here. We also have the flashcards. And I have a card game
card game. It's kind of a rummy style game where you have to collect sets. And it's all the principles that we've learned, along with some specialty cards like fire drill. Remember that RACE we talked about? HIPAA violation, call off crisis, documentation issues, and you have to avoid the crappy caregivers because they're going to bring you down. So it's a really fun style game that you can actually play with people at home that aren't in the medical field because they're just going to play it with numbers and colors. You would pay attention to all of the principles to learn. So we also have that available as well. So my students, just you guys, you can go next door and purchase it. It's $19.99 for you. It's $29.99 online. Okay. So you can use them like flashcards to study as well. So we have a lot of things available for you. Remember that my live meets every Thursday at 3, and you can attend those too. We also have the ebook for the written test. So there's tons of stuff for you. Tons of stuff. Just because you're leaving doesn't mean your learning's over. Please make sure that you let me know how you do on the state exam. That way I can keep track. All right, so are there any other questions? No, I'm not always here. The door is open. If you come at 1:30 and the door is locked, just ask them next door, they come unlock it for you. But I'm not always in here. Sometimes I am, but not always. Because I have other things that I do in the afternoon. But the door is unlocked and the supplies and management are available for you. Okay?
Now we got me correct dated. I don't care.
I'm gonna print them off right now. Right now, I'm just looking for any questions. Any questions from anybody? No? All right, let me go ahead and print off your better certificate. Bring me your old ones so I can destroy them.
Yeah, that's good. It's been a hiring, we send information to her, get a good job in hiring. Good idea. Okay, you know, you're gonna go for a quick, so I think it's all going. Yeah.
Yeah, their class cards are on sale right now for $69.
And it makes it good safe nation.
Okay. You said,
Teacher. Okay.
Thursdays at 3 is when you'll be here.
CPR. Depends on where you work. Most places, yes. Most places. Okay, now it's see what they like.
SXN, you, RE, YYA.
Hey, Natalie?
Yes.
Can you please bring me your old certificate? One?
Should have went through, just went through.
Amanda? Yes. You bring me your old certificate?
Yeah, it's not on your own, I'll take them. Awesome.
Thank you. Melissa?
Sandy. Got it. Caitlin. Soraya, coming. Oh, one second. Coming. You're doing so much. Thank you. Do you have the old one or just? I have the old one. Do you have the old one? Yeah, I'll bring that one. On your pictures? First thing I'm going is getting my frame today. This is the old one. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. My phone died. Awesome. Let me see that real quick. And this is your old one. And I'll take the old one with her.
I gave it to you.
Or did you get?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you. I got too much going on over here.
You next.
On that phone number first.
786. 85.
No. 5.
45.
I'm so excited about these because I don't have to keep my own.
Oh, I mean, we'll get it. Yes, Soraya.
And I have to get these.
And we already left.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Did I get yours? No.
You have iPhone or no? Okay, so, no iPhone is two, but only. We're only allowed to do 3 at a time. You don't have an iPhone?
Sorry, Valerie, didn't print.
Hey, spell your name? Amanda, right? So, yeah, on both sides. You need that?
Oh, yeah. Because I still have to get approved by the board of nursing, and it, that's a process.
Yeah, I'm both sides. Find them all, yeah. No, no, no.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome. Guys, give me 1 second, I do have one.
Okay, maybe send it 2 times, but. Huh? No, that was you, yeah? I'm sending more, I don't know for both.
I'm thinking about it myself.
I know it. It's older people, okay? It's something like, I sent her, I know.
I won't either, if I
I know, to her, she has a, like, I put in, I send this, thing on files. How many, what of photos? Yeah. Those? Okay, yeah, maybe I send double barrel, I double one. Okay, yeah, I sent it twice, you know, okay. It's okay, but you have enough to have. Yeah. I sent her double.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that?
My little guy hit his head on him.
Here you go, this is the review sheet for today, our final one. I'm gonna print out right now. Okay, you are all set.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, here's your review sheet for today. This is the final one. Here you go. Okay, the rest of the class is practice. Or get over. I have a question. So I did take your first, your workplace quiz. Okay. And it said I should go back and do Alzheimer's and dementia. Okay. But I was also thinking, because I did spend 6 days in ICU, thanks to my ex having a double bypass. So, and I know they were talking because they knew I had previous experience in Alzheimer's and dementia. They were like, hey, if you ever want to talk, come to us because we'd love to phone you now. So I'm wondering, should I start off slow doing what I know again, or should I just jump back in head first and something completely different?
That's personal preference.
Yes.
It depends. I mean, how quick are you at learning? How well do you take direction? Are you a high energy individual?
Very
Are-
much so. I hate sitting still.
Yeah. So, I don't like giving recommendations just because, if I give a recommendation, it's always wrong. It's always wrong. So, and that's where, that workplace quiz comes in, just
Should I
because it
try-
looks at your personality trait.
Should I try it answering those questions differently then?
Yeah,
For more of the ICU style, because I was doing what I know
right.
instead of what I wanna know.
Okay, so,
So
yeah,
maybe try it a different way.
instead of based on your experience
Mhm,
level,
okay.
your interest level.
Okay. I'll go redo the quiz and hopefully it tells me to go into the hospital.
Yeah. And that's the thing about the quiz is, your different answers are gonna lead you on a different journey.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, I had a ball granted, not a complete and total ball because,
He was
the
ill,
husband was
right.
sitting in there for a double bypass, but, the nurses had taught me what all the little bleeps on the machines mean, where all the tubes are going, because some of those tubes go into whole places.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maya. I appreciate that. I forgot to put my thing back on. Yeah, it's gonna depend on where your interest is. You may do perfect in a hospital setting. I
Yeah.
don't, yeah.
Well, no, I was trying to figure out a way to basically find out without finding out if I wanted to do it.
So here's the other thing, and this is what I wanted to kind of talk to her about as well. When you have a bad experience at work, okay, so she had a bad experience in the PCU at a specific hospital. That doesn't mean that all areas of the hospital are going to be a bad experience, or a PCU in a different place would be a bad experience.
It's just
It
that-
depends on management, coworkers, staffing levels. There's so many things that go into it that we base we form a total opinion on a place based on all of these variables that are going to change. If she had waited another week, maybe a nurse that she didn't like would leave, another one would come in that was more helpful. And now she's same place, same job, but has a different opinion about it.
That's a better experience. with it.
Right. So when you're making decisions on workplaces, you always have to stop and think, is this a facet of my job that I'm unhappy with? Or is this the place I'm working at that I'm unhappy with? Or is it the people that I'm working with that I'm unhappy with?
Maybe if I went over to the hospital and up to the ICU, be like, hey, I'm gonna train, you know, I wanna know. I'm already done with my training for CNA testing. I'm waiting on my test date. Can I watch your hallways for a couple minutes?
Probably not because of
Because
patient
I get that.
privacy. Yeah, probably not.
No, I'm trying to figure out another way to observe the environment.
Yeah.
See if I'll enjoy it.
Yeah. And that's a really tough one.
Mhm.
I can't really give you any recommendations on that. And chances are because of liability and HIPAA. If you're there shadowing and you get hurt, who's liable? Because you're not really a visitor and you're not really an employee. So work comp isn't going to cover it.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a liability aspect of that as well.
Okay.
And then you've got the whole HIPAA privacy issue. So it's really kind of a gray area. And that's why I'm saying I don't think they'll let you do that. So it really is kind of apply, get hired and hope.
Yeah.
And if not, you can leave. You're not under contract. But yeah, it's difficult. One of the things that I did previously that I'm going to try to bring back in the near future is I did an interview series with CNAs that are working in different areas, called it Workplace Wednesday. So I interviewed a CNA that worked at hospice, one that worked in the ICU, one that worked in home health care, one that worked in a rehab setting. You know, just take me through a day in the life of what do you do on a daily basis on your shift? What are the tasks that you do? What are the types of patients? Kind of give me a day in the life of. Now, keep in mind that that's one person's experience in one environment on one shift. It doesn't represent the industry as a whole. So, but it does kind of give you an idea. Right, right. I'm hoping to, yeah, and you know, to restart that because there's so many settings that I just haven't gotten to. So you guys are all on my list. Wherever you end up working, I may be calling you up one day and saying, hey, do you want to do an interview for people that are looking to enter this particular workplace setting? So, I mean, I may be calling you and saying, come interview. And they're quick. They're maybe 5-10 minutes long. They're super short, but it's designed to kind of give somebody an idea. Hey, I want to work in the ICU. I wonder what they do.
Yeah. Because kind of like where I'm sitting now,
Mm-hmm.
would it fit or?
Right. Right. And remember, all we can do is tell you the tasks.
Yeah.
We can't tell you how you're going to interact with supervisors or other employees or that.
You have to
Yeah.
take into consideration. I mean, you always have bad apples everywhere.
Right.
You just gotta deal with them and.
Yeah. Yeah.
What would a CNA do in a mental health facility?
I can tell you about our mental health setting here, 15-minute checks. So you have to account for every single patient every 15 minutes. And that's the majority of your time is going to be taken up doing that. Vital signs, assisting with group meetings, taking them out on smoke breaks, making sure that the patients are keeping up with their own ADLs, providing assistance where necessary. But our mental health center is divided up into 3 units, and this is normal. This is kind of universal. There is the crisis unit for those that are in the midst of a mental health crisis. So your acute schizophrenics, that are having issues with reality orientation. You're going to have your manic depressives that are either in a manic or a depressive state. You'll have severe depression, but that's crisis.
Right.
Then you have the older adult unit. So these are dementia patients that we're trying to regulate their medication, and they're just too difficult to work with in whatever setting they were in, home, nursing home. They're combative. So we have them in a more confined space with more rigid adherence to schedules. So they don't have to come up with coping mechanisms.
Okay.
Nothing changes.
Uh-huh.
And then you have the substance abuse side, where we're working with patients that have substance abuse issues. Awesome. Thank you. Let me get yours here. Yeah, come on over here.
Bathrooms and getting people to relax when most people can't.
Mhm.
Just how you walk in and praise awesome.
There you go.
Takes an art. Sometimes it works.
Oh, yeah, you can.
So a mental health tech would operate a little bit different in each one of those units within the mental health atmosphere. So you'd have CNAs in the crisis center that are doing 15-minute checks, making sure patients aren't having conflicts with one another, trying to encourage adherence to ADLs, because having a sense of normalcy, scheduling is very important when you're in crisis. Older adult unit, your routine do not vary from the routine at all, ever, because that's the whole point. Bye-bye. Oh, do you want a review sheet for today? That's the whole point is, yeah, maybe. I say yes, but there you go. You're welcome. So, whenever anything changes, you have to cope. Temperature changes, you have to cope. You get hungry, you have to cope. You're running late for class, you got to cope, right? That requires coping mechanisms of some sort. So when you are in crisis, whether it's dementia or schizophrenia, it doesn't matter. When you are in crisis, you do not have coping skills. None. Zero. So we have to make sure that the environment understands that and is set up in a way that people have to cope very little. You have to cope with the fact that you're not in your normal environment. That's a big enough cope. I mean, that's huge. But if lunch is supposed to be here at 12 and it's not here at 12, that's going to start a cascade effect. Because they don't have the ability to adjust, where you and I would be like, well, it's not here, it'll be here, it's okay. No, it's not. Substance abuse, manipulative. So you have to know that going into that setting. And again, we're trying to encourage them to establish healthy routines, participate in therapy, learn strategies to develop healthy coping and overcome the cravings that they're trying to work against.
I had friends growing up, a lot of them had sugar, I need sugar stuff.
Yeah, alcohol too.
Yeah, with the sugar thing they do a lot.
Yeah,
and
like
they'll-
sugar.
Yeah, and then you don't
It's
leave
the same
anything,
calories.
you don't wanna leave anything too sharp around them too, depending on their situation, what they may do to themselves. As well, really be careful.
So whatever setting you work in
Yeah.
will determine your tasks for mental health.
I'm just curious because you don't think of a CNA I see the ad for a tech all the time,
Mhm.
So
it depends. I mean, if you like doing personal care, then mental health probably isn't the place for you, because we're encouraging the patients to do most of that themselves.
Right.
So if you like performing personal care, not really the place for you. If personal care is not your thing, but you still want to feel like you're helping individuals, if you like having conversations and looking for nonverbal communication and, you know, if mental health kind of interests you, then that might be a good option for you. Yeah.
And, you know, substance abuse, lots of times, yeah, once they sober up, I mean, you know, even with, we stressed out too, everyone wants them. Once they sober up and they're now going back, oh my gosh, should have, would have, could have, what I did, now they're coming back to the normal human being where they were, because once you're on that stuff, you're fine, you don't care who you hurt, mother or child or something. But these people, they need, once they come off, oh my God, I can't believe I did this, I put myself here. A lot of them want it to, if they want to have communication, if they want to be sure it's gonna be okay.
Right. Just, I'm a little hesitant to make blanket statements like most of them because
okay.
everybody's journey's individual. And I don't want to get into our head that somebody should act a certain way and then they don't, especially when it comes to mental health, much more so than physiological. So I try to stay away from terms like most people when it comes to mental health, because that can actually make somebody feel like they're on a worse journey than they think they are. So it's very, very important in mental health. I mean, words are everything. That's our treatment. Words are everything in mental health. So we have to be really, really careful about the words that we choose.
Like how you explain how
Well, for instance, I'll give you a great example. Somebody may say, I love Miss Patty's teaching. If I'm mentally ill, I hear that as I love Miss Patty. Therefore, we are now in a relationship.
oh yeah, that's a lot of schizophrenia.
So I'm not just talking about and again, be careful about making those blanket jumps. Okay, because this is just it's an inability of the brain to form appropriate connections. So, and that can happen not just with schizophrenics, all across the spectrum. So it's words are everything in mental health. That is our treatment. More important than medications. Words are everything. So you kind of have to be guarded about what you say, and you have to think about how that's going to be received by someone. So
Appropriate boundaries are
yes,
huge.
appropriate boundaries are huge. Yes.
Maybe we're talking about the stuff, we're gonna go that patient. So that, just trying to get an idea of why people are like.
Yeah. I have never met two schizophrenics the same. Never. And I worked in mental health.
Did you, yeah?
I did. I worked at Springbrook. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Never met two schizophrenics that were the same.
Trying to ask that. I feel bad, like, they're good people, but at the same time, their days vary for some people. One day is not like that.
Yeah. And you also have to be careful by saying things like, and I'm not trying to single you out, but by saying things like they're good people.
Oh, no, meaning my friend. that's
Right.
my friend.
But I'm saying that when it comes to mental health, again, the words we choose are ultra important. By saying they're good people, the connotation, what you hear on the other side of that equation is not all schizophrenics are good people, or not all obsessives are good people. Mine are, but not all. Mine are an exception to that. Do you see how that could be construed? So you have to be, there is no blanket. And that's why I said, we got to get away from that blanket statement. A schizophrenic is a person, not a good person, not a bad person. There's no qualifier there. A schizophrenic is a person who has difficulty processing input. Okay. That puts the focus on the disease, not the person. It's not a good person with schizophrenia or a bad person with schizophrenia. It is a person with difficult to manage schizophrenia. See where that puts the focus on the disease? This is why mental health is so difficult, because you make statements, we do that in everyday life. We make statements like that without even thinking about it, but they have a whole different meaning.
We go into that stuff. That's why, again, if anything, you go one day, you train your house to what you feel. what the
Right.
procedures are. You know, that prior to getting into that.
So they train us in school with that too as well. The kids are coming up through the system more and more diagnosed with ADHD and more and more with autism. We say with autism as opposed to autistic kids.
Yeah,
You know what
Right.
I mean, like you can't
okay.
so define them by their disease, define them as children, you know, or
Just so
with
we-
things or suffering from or struggling with or learning how to overcome, or you know what I mean?
Right.
Giving them that power. As opposed to like, it's just your ADD, all my ADD kids. Yeah, I say that to other teachers when the kids weren't around.
Yeah, but now when you sit.
My
in
little
court-
ADD babies is probably what
Yeah.
I would say, right?
We see it cooking in the setting, but. it's
But
not
with
for-
the kiddos, you know, okay, well, if you're having trouble with your ADHD, so let's talk about how we can cope.
Yeah, of course, that's what we got.
We're teaching them coping
right.
skills.
Feeling our inside tickle, like what? can we
See,
do?
that's good, but
Yeah.
I'm saying about that, you can have
Mhm.
to handle something for a teacher.
Yeah.
I just an observation of her, she has teaching skills and she works with children. She would be great in the CNA in the pediatric setting.
I don't know. I taught high school kids, but I didn't teach little ones.
We don't have.
Yeah.
They're under the age of 18, so
Yeah. Our previous experience can be helpful, but it can also be somewhat limiting. So sometimes, we just want to kind of stretch beyond
Yeah.
what we were into seeing what we can be. And it is. But let's push that over to physiological for a second. Instead of saying my diabetic patient, how about my patient with diabetes? Those two things are a little bit different. Words have power. Words have power. So don't define patients by a disease and by using those terms diabetic or schizophrenic or, instead of defining the patient by the disease, let's define the patient as a person and explain what disease they're coping with or overcoming.
Like you said, my patient, Mr. Jones, is helping with so-and-so.
Right. Or Mr. Jones is a 68-year-old male with COPD. But he's a 68-year-old male,
Yeah.
Well, every person needs to be a person.
Right.
Right.
And whatever else they may come with, because my person comes with brown hair, blue eyes, and
Right.
a whole medical list of stuff wrong, but I'm still me first.
Right.
Right.
And
And the problem is when you start defining people by their diagnoses, then we start seeing them as the diagnosis. So if I have a 68-year-old male patient with diabetes and hepatitis, he's still a 68-year-old male. But if I say my 68-year-old hepatitis patient over there, that's all I'm focused on. Yeah, they are hepatitis. So again, those words have power. So we have to figure out how do we want to approach our patients. So it doesn't just work in mental health, although mental health is like the top of the list because we treat with words. All of other medicine, physiological medicine, we treat with medications and treatments and surgeries, and we have all this other stuff we can offer. Mental health, we do have medications, but we are actively treating with words. I can't heal hepatitis with words. Right? I mean, I can give them positive, uplifting affirmations, but I can't heal. That virus is not going to pay any attention to what I say. But schizophrenia will. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we treat with words in mental health. So that means those words Oh, congratulations. Bye-bye. Good luck. So those words become ultra important. Way more so than any, yeah, way more so than any other setting. And I didn't mean to go off on that, but
When somebody's talking about stuff, it's fine, but especially like you said, people suffering from mental issues, that's where you have to be very extra careful.
Mhm.
I have a question. What different units have you worked on?
Oh my, okay.
Okay.
Home care, when I was an LPN, so I remember I was a baby when I started. I started in, well, I worked for a year in long-term care to get my feet wet to understand the system. And then I went into home care, but pediatric home care.
Okay.
And I was with the same child for 7 years. And yeah, I was part of the family.
Yeah.
I did because she was in the hospital for a significant portion in and out of the hospital. I also cared for other people in between, and I worked part-time at a local nursing home as relief staff. Then when I went when my kids got a little bit older, I needed something that was a little bit better hours. So I went to work for a cardiologist and worked in the office for 4 years, I believe. Yeah, about 4 years. And I learned so much from him. He was amazing. And he's the one that really kind of lit my fire and and I decided to go on for RN. And I was going to be a cardiac nurse. I knew, because I'd worked 4 years in a cardiologist's office. I mean, I knew EKGs, I knew ABGs, I mean, I knew medications, I knew it all. And I was going to be a cardiac nurse. And when I got my RN, I went to work in the ICU setting. Well, I'm sorry, I went to work in telemetry because that's the only place I could get in, and then transferred to ICU when an opening came up. I was in telemetry maybe 8 months, transferred to ICU. I worked in ICU for about 2 years. Loved it. And I also cross-trained into the ER. So they would, when they needed staff, they'd pull me and I'd go to the ER. That's fine. Too many needy people in the ER, but that was fine. I'm high energy. I like to learn things. But I had a pretty serious workplace conflict with my supervisor in ICU, and it was putting my patients' lives at risk, because I'm supposed to have a one-on-one, maybe one-on-two if they're not as, but she was handing me 4 patients, and it was seriously impacting. I mean, I had cardiac drips, I had cardiac post-ops, I had you just couldn't handle everything and it would have been okay if she had at least stepped in and helped, but she didn't. So she was overloading the staff and there was no assistance, and I had 2 codes at one time, and I'm like, I'm done. I can't, I can't. I mean, I had to call in another team to work one of my codes, that's just not cool. So I complained, nothing was done. She was the family member of an administrator, and so I left and I went and nothing. I mean, like I said, again, I am not anti ICU because I had a bad experience at one, but I decided to go into hospice after that because I was tired of doing CPR on 90-year-olds because the family didn't understand it wasn't a magic reset button. And I felt I could do better by informing the families and helping the patients come to terms and, things like that. So I went into, but I was this close. I almost went into being a transplant coordinator. I interviewed, I got the job, and that probably would have been my dream job, because I would have gone into the surgery center, as the transplant. It just was an amazing job, but it required travel, and I had little ones, and I had to make a decision. So I went hospice, and I'm happy I did. I don't look back, I love my time at hospice. Why I left hospice was because you were only supposed to be on call once a month. And it got to be where I was on call overnight about once a week. So you'd work all day, be on call all night, and then work the next day. And it was too much. I had kids, too much. So I left there. I went to work at the school board for a year as their ESE RN, planning those individual education plans and, keeping track of what's going on and helping the students kind of overcome their physical challenges, educating teachers. And I also, at that same time, I worked for Springbrook on the weekends. And then when I left the school board, I went full time while we were trying to start this at Springbrook. Now, in all of that, okay, so that's pretty much my resume. In all of that, I've always had a home care job as a second. Something, if I get a high cell phone bill, I have something to fall back on. I can go do, some home care. So I had always had that. Once this got off the ground and I really got busy here, I let that go. So I'm not working in clinical anymore. Education is what I do. But I was also a CPR instructor and an ACLS instructor and all of that, for the school board and for Springbrook. And I did that here as well. And then I let it lapse a couple of years ago because this is just, I can't be doing CPR and planning out all these lessons. And because everything that you see, I do, all of those videos, I make the graphics, I make the backgrounds, I do the video recording, I do the sound, I do the editing, all of that. And it takes a long time to put all of that in place because all those characters I actually draw. Yeah. So everything that you see on there, there's nothing that's pre-made. I start out with a blank white sheet and put all of that in there. So the bathtubs, the toilets, the beds, the characters, all of it, the windows, all of it is done in-house by me. So that takes a lot of time.
Oh, yeah.
But I own it. I own it. So I had to get rid of a lot of external things to be able to get all of that done. Plus, I coordinate with other instructors and I speak at national conferences, and there's a lot I do. But man, I love what I do.
Maybe
Good for you,
probably-
Yeah. I am, I was talking to my husband the other night. I said, I live a fairy tale. I really do. I get to do what I want to do every day of my life. Every day. There's no boss to get approval on, if I have to go somewhere, I am the boss.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's also no one else that pays the bills. And that pressure can get a little overwhelming at times, but I do overall absolutely love what I do.
I mean, from here on the floor, it's really awesome. Teaching the books. Oh, yeah, and to really break down the workbook. Well, I mean, you just read the workbook and get it in your head,
Mhm.
That's how simplified it feels.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel very prepared.
Good.
I do. I feel really prepared.
Oh, go download my ebook. No, and the reason is, well, yeah, and so on the written exam, let me show you real quick. Let me show you. So these are the 5 categories that are on the written exam. And you got a certain amount of questions in each category. So for instance, the role of the nurse aide, there's 9 questions. You have to pass each one of those sections. So if there's one here that has 7 questions, that's safety or specialized care, 7 questions. You have to pass that category. Now they don't publish the percentage, but I'm assuming it's around 70%. Okay. So if you have 7 questions and you have to get a 70%, that means that you can only miss.
Okay, I missed one on the whole thing, so I'm good.
You're fine.
Okay.
You're fine. So And that's why it's so hard to answer that question, because it depends on which categories your questions come from. But now I will tell you this. There is something called a critical concept question. Now, a critical concept question, it's not just enough to get the right answer. You have to avoid the wrong one. There is one question, one answer choice on there that if you select it, it's an automatic fail. And it would be an answer that puts the patient's life in immediate jeopardy. Immediate jeopardy. So there's only 1 or 2 critical concept questions on the entire test, but it's not enough to just.
That's like the fire.
Right. So if you choose, if it asks you what's the first thing you do when you see a fire, if you choose extinguish, it's an automatic fail because you're leaving a patient in the place where there's fire. And when you're trying to put that fire out, chances are something is going to go wrong. We have smoke, we have fire retardant, and the patient is breathing all of this in. So that is a critical concept question because it puts the patient's life in immediate jeopardy. Does that make sense? So again, it's really hard to say, well, you can miss 17 questions and still be okay on the test. And then somebody goes back and says, I only missed 3 and I failed. Well, yeah. Yep. And and I'm okay with that. Because yeah, it's kind of scary for you. I get it. Oh my gosh, you mean one question could fail me? Yeah. And I'm okay with that because if I'm the body in the bed, I want to make sure that you aren't going to do something that's going to kill me. The disease is trying to do that itself. I don't need any help. Right? Does that make sense? So it's a little bit more complex than just you can miss X amount. You guys are all okay. I'm going to tell you, you guys are all okay because that test is going to look easy to you. I used to give a pre-test on the first day. I actually still have it. I used to give, when you walked in, it was the first thing you did for the first 5 minutes is a pre-test. And then at the end of the class on graduation, I would give you the exact same test so you could compare and you could see how far you've come because everybody bombed the pre-test. The problem with that is it increased anxiety on the first day. Oh my gosh, I didn't know I needed to know all this before I came in. And then I would have people not come back because they felt inadequate. So I never want you to feel inadequate. I want to be able to teach you. So people ask me all the time, well, I don't have any experience. What do I need to know to take the class? Your name. That's all I want you to know. Your name. If you know your name, we can go from there. That's it. But by giving a pre-test, that's telling people that you need to know more than that. So I quit giving the pre-test because of that. I want to be able to teach you. I don't want any barriers in the way. But you guys have come a very long way in a very short time. And that written test will be super easy for you because you know what they're focusing on. Grandma. If you focus on grandma and the test is focusing on grandma's going to be fine. That's the whole point of this. It's not some big scary test. They're not trying to fail you. They don't want to fail you. That's not what this is. It's not. They're just trying to keep grandma safe. And if you understand that in the testing process, the test becomes like, oh, that's it. It's not, the test is no longer about you. It's never been about you. Never.
They want to see what you're doing with grandma.
Yeah, it's all about grandma. That's it.
Grandma gonna be in the best hands possible.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing at all.
Yeah. Are you going to kill grandma?
Yeah, you're gonna hurt her.
So, when performing CPR, do you stand on the stomp your foot on their chest. and go,
Yeah.
I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
Or do you perform CPR?
So I have the head facing this way and she's like, you're stepping on, you're kneeling on his chest. Is that gonna help anybody? And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oops." It's the
Yeah, it's just the torso. Yeah. Yeah. I've got CPR mannequins back in that back closet. Yeah. Yeah.
No, someone just needs. No, I may have to jump.
Yeah, it's funny watching medical shows, you know, when they're doing CPR and you like, dude, you're not doing anything. Yeah,
I didn't hear a snap, so you didn't do it right.
yeah. You need some crunchy cartilage to make sure that chest pushes down effectively. And you're not breaking bone, it's crunchy cartilage.
My old job, I was in my office and I hear my colleague down the hall and he's choking.
Oh my gosh.
I'm down the hall to do the Heimlich on him. The thing is, he was like 6'3", you know?
All that tall, yeah.
And I mean, yeah, it was hard. I mean, I was able to get in there and do it, but it was, he was so tall. I'm like, you know, this little
Mhm.
person. I don't
Yeah.
know what he was
Can you
eating.
sit someone down in a position like that if it's?
The problem is that they're probably in a panic reaction. They're not going to listen to you.
Yeah.
They're not gonna listen.
Like instant would react, you know, and
Yeah.
And that's why even I'm careful now myself, because I want myself, that's why, like, even when it sounds weird, but as we get older, things does change. And sometimes you have that peanut butter sandwich, depending on that Wonder Bread, just to go down. You'd be surprised that stuff can get stuck down all. And then you try to write, I was trying to remember one name, just. Oh, I
Mhm.
know by myself, panic saying, I swear I could that. Now I'm very fortunate, I eat small pieces.
Make
And I
sure you
have,
chew effectively.
I was a kid too, my friend's father died
Mhm.
choking on a piece of meat.
Mm.
This is when I was like a kid, I was like 12 years old, I remember the whole story, I was freaked out. He really died over a piece of meat.
Yeah, it
When we were
happens.
kids, a
Yeah, I
lot of us
remember.
saw that happen.
Mm.
son, getting it out.
Yeah. Remember that if they have some air, if they're able to make noise, if there's some air, don't do the Heimlich. So silent
Yeah.
is Heimlich. Exactly. Because what ends up happening when you're doing the Heimlich, you're forcing air out. But they actually need that air to try to dislodge it. And if you force all that air out and they don't have anything, then they suck in. So what happens to that obstruction? Now you've got a real obstruction. So if they're coughing, choking, sputtering, give them encouragement, right? And yes, you can. I know that they don't teach us in AHA, but you can get them to bring their arms up. That does elongate the trachea and it doesn't help. You can bang them on the back if that makes you feel better. It doesn't necessarily do anything, but you can make you feel better. But if they go silent, silent means the Heimlich.
Right.
Always. If they can't make a noise, there's nothing, they're not gonna be able to help themselves.
That's why I think I asked him, can you talk?
Yeah. Yeah. If that's the case, yes, you got to get in there, do the Heimlich. Absolutely. Absolutely. Scary.
It's crazy.
It is-
It was, but you.
It is
learn. I'm like,
scary.
Cause we got trained and I didn't think I'd ever use it, but. I did.
Right. Yeah. Chances are, and that goes to CPR too. You are statistically more likely to do CPR in somebody you know than in a workplace, unless you're working in the ER or ambulance or ICU. Now those are high CPR places because we have an at-risk population. But just a general CNA working in a general setting, you are much more likely to do CPR on someone you know in your social circle or family than for work.
And you don't ever want to really perform it on your family members because sometimes you can forget how to do it.
Oh yeah, because now you're operating, you cannot be, see, that's a principle. You cannot be a family member and a healthcare worker at the same time. It doesn't work. It does not work. So like when my mom is in the hospital, I am not there as an RN. I cannot think with an RN brain. I am there as a daughter, period. You cannot be a healthcare worker and a family member at the same time. Your brain does not work that way. So you have to pick one or the other. So if I'm going into nurse mode, I'm not there for my mom. I'm not providing her the emotional support she needs. I am now in nurse mode. I am thinking clinically. If I'm there for emotional support, that scrambles my brain cells. I can no longer think objectively and clinically. You have to pick one. So yeah, you're absolutely right. If you are doing CPR on somebody you know, you better hope somebody gets there quick, because you are just going through the motions. You're probably not doing it right. Your brain is scrambled.
My mom completely forgot how to do it, and so did I.
Yep.
When we lost my dad, it fell out of both of our ears.
Yeah.
I mean, my boyfriend at the time, he was even CPR certified, but it took till the ambulance got there for anyone before. Because we couldn't
Yeah.
remember how to do it. None of us.
Emotionally.
None of us could.
Well, that's
remember the
why-
Simple.
Yeah. That's why I teach very simplistic when I teach CPR, just like I told you today. Remember, you're starting with a dead body. You can't get this wrong. There's nowhere to go here but up. But compressions. If you don't remember anything else, compressions, 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 compressions. What do you do if you can't remember? Compressions. What do you do if you don't know if you should give a breath? Compressions. Compressions. But make sure that, remember, you're just circulating blood. Make sure somebody's coming
Right.
before you do those compressions. Because once you do compressions, it's all compressions, compressions, compressions until somebody gets there. So if you remember that, CPR is not as scary. Compressions. So if you ever get into an emergency situation, you should hear my voice say compressions. Jump on the chest, compressions, compressions, compressions. You will be effective if you remember that. That's all I need you to remember.
And they told us, pick somebody and say, you call 911. That
Yes.
way, everybody's like, who's gonna do it?
Right,
Well,
you
right.
do.
Assign. Yes.
Well, you assign it, then you remember who you assigned it to.
Yeah.
Because you always want to check that. Are they on their way?
Yeah.
Are
Wait
they
for the-
coming? Let
wait
me
for the
know
ambulance.
how long
Mhm.
they're gonna be here, so I know how long I am pushing down on this chest.
Yeah, put on that one, thank you.
Yeah.
Pulling how many minutes has it been? What is it?
Yeah. Try to kind of keep track, or at least keep track of your cycles. Somebody around should know how long you've been doing CPR. Yeah, because they are going to ask, and that does impact survival rate, how long CPR has been done. So if you've been working on this patient, if you've been doing compressions for 12 minutes, that's not so good.
Not looking
Yeah.
so good.
No, that's not so good.
You get them back, yellow apart.
But if it's been 3 minutes, and the ambulance is there and they roll up on the scene really quick and they see you doing compressions, they ask how long, and you can say it's been 3 minutes, or it's been, 4 cycles, because you're doing compressions for the first, couple minutes before you do breaths. I've done 4 cycles, then they at least have an idea of how long this has been going on. So give them some indication. And don't stop. You don't get to call it.
Nope.
You don't get to call it. So it's not like on TV where you can say, okay, well, we can call it now. No.
Time of death.
Yeah, you are going to do compressions until you physically can no longer do compressions, or the cute guys in the big truck show up. That's it. Those are the only 2 times that you're allowed to stop. Now, if you've got somebody else that can tag in, that's great. But keep going. Don't stop. I've actually seen that happen. Don't stop. Some guys doing CPR, car accident, rollover car accident. Some guys doing CPR. This is many, many, many years ago. And it was right here on Spring Hill Drive, actually. And some guys doing CPR, and I come up and, I stopped, and I said, I can help. How long has it been? And he says, oh, we're going to call it. No, 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 no. And just then the ambulance, yeah, the ambulance came up. I'm like, no, we don't call it. I will jump in. You need some help. I will jump in, but we're not calling this. Oh, we're gonna call it. It's not ER.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Thankfully, I didn't have to jump in because
The cute guys came.
cute guys in the big truck came. Yep.
Question, what made you want to be a transplant nurse?
Because I worked in the ICU and we had the the pre and post transplants.
Okay, no, I was wondering about that because that's a different one that I haven't heard.
Mm. Yeah, it's a very, very, very small specialty. Very small specialty.
Yeah, it has to probably be very tough too.
I would imagine. Yeah, but fulfilling as well. You know, you're giving somebody a second chance.
Mhm.
And it's on one side, it's very, very sad because you're asking somebody for a loved one's body parts. That means there's a loss. They're grieving and they're in the middle of grieving. And this is the worst possible time for me to be asking you for this. And it takes a lot of it takes a lot of tact to do that. To be empathetic for their loss, but also know that time is of the essence. So you've got to have a way of presenting the information where it's beneficial to them in a calm manner. So they don't feel rushed to make this decision, although you know there's a clock ticking. Now, on the other side of this, we're giving this organ to somebody who may need it. And that gives them a second chance. So it's one of those really strange modalities where you have loss and growth at the same time, and to be able to straddle those two. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Bye-bye. Congratulations.
No, I was just wondering about that. That would be great.
Yes.
Because that was a weird one to hear. If that makes sense.
Bye-bye. Nice to meet you.
Right.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to do it on the phone, to look through everything. I do have a computer on my, need to get another keyboard. It's not there, so I can have.
I like-
That's down, I wanna be able to see
Yeah.
a bigger screen and to
Right.
see, it's much easier, when you try to do the phone thing, you can't pay attention to me. So it's going to blow it up and.
I like to see things and touch it.
Yeah.
And I always
Yeah.
screw up. And then I learn.
That's how you learn.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
That is how you learn.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you guys and congratulations to all of you. Oh, please, I meant to ask everybody, if you get a chance, I really do need reviews.
Oh, yeah. I like speaking to people. When you read, anybody can type anything, they have bloggers that do all that stuff. They can do that, anybody can.
Yeah.
Different when you actually see the person, to see who's gonna be your teacher. I went to another place too, I'll be honest, it's a part of affiliated with ATA, it's another little tiny
Mhm.
place there. No, I didn't like the vibe, try to grasp it, oh, this day, that day. And when you wanna ask some questions, you wanna see, feel like you're when you go to work. And I knew if I was shorter and stuff, I'm like, I liked it longer. And the way she was explanatory and how things work, and she stressed the website and stuff like that. There was people now, other people which are like, oh, you need to hurry up, you just need this deposit. I'm like, I'm
That's
not,
what my phlebotomist said.
Yeah.
He took my blood, he's like, cause I was just thinking in the brain, he's like, he said, I started out as a CNA, he goes, I didn't want you to sometimes to spend thousands of dollars for a CNA, he goes, that's ridiculous. So
Mhm.
he went to Tampa, he said, you don't need to spend thousands of dollars for a CNA, and so I was starting to check around.
Yeah.
And I started reading about, your class and with the comments, like, I bet this will be good.
she told me on her own self, when I spoke to her, and watched the little video. If you still be on here, I'll be
Oh,
on.
thank you.
And truly, I feel like the test part, the written part, I feel very confident.
Even just now,
It's the skills part, which I'll see you next week. I'll be in here.
Yeah, the only solution for that is practice.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be in
just
there.
even when you're doing your pen.
Yeah, I know,
Well-
my dance 93's got gate belts as well, so I told him last week, I said, Dad, you gotta be my,
So change
you
your
got
stuff.
dentures, like.
Yes.
You know, so you can just start.
Okay, when you do denture care, make sure you do get the roof of the mouth, because a lot of people will skip that. And that's where you get a lot of the goo. A
Yeah.
lot of
Mhm.
the goo likes to stick right up there.
Mhm.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
know
that-
from personal
No, that's
experience.
absolutely true. Absolutely.
I mean, I
Thank
love
you
the
for everything,
toothbrush,
Patty.
'cause
Thank
been
you. Good
wonderful
luck
meeting
to
you.
you. It was very nice to meet you. And anybody that is inclined, we would love some reviews. Google, Facebook, whatever. Thank you.
no, I was wondering about the transplant nurse. Just because I've dealt with them,
Oh, yes.
it was on my daughter.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, how
So-
heartbreaking.
When I heard you say that, I was like, I had to step away for a second.
Yeah, that.
Oh, I'm
But-
so sorry.
No, she would have been proud.
Yeah,
Today her mom. Did
Yeah.
what her mom wanted to do.
yeah.
And that's why I moved to Florida,
Oh,
is to get
yeah.
behind the car accident.
No, I don't think I do.
Oh, I'm not
Oh,
worried
stop.
about it. I'm used to it.
That's,
Grief
yeah.
takes you at the weirdest time.
oh, it does.
And you did good today. Be proud. You have the photo. You know,
Mhm.
your parents did it. You did it. Now you
So
do
when
it.
I heard that, I wanted to know why it caused you,
Mm,
because very select few. I know Heather didn't get to save two babies
mm,
because they nicked her heart valve as well.
mm.
I wrote the wrong thing. They had us
God
fill out
bless.
little cards.
Bye-bye.
So the nurses could get to know 'em.
Mm-hmm.
I made it too emotional and they nicked the valves. So
Oh,
she saved 8 instead of 10.
oh my gosh. That's still, what a legacy. What a legacy. So out of
She-
tragedy can come,
She's my hero.
oh yeah.
Even though I wish she was still here to make the mistake again so I could kick her ass. I do understand. I really do.
Mhm.
Because she wouldn't have saved somebody who had no lungs to breathe with. I mean, her little valves would have saved 2 babies if I wouldn't have made it so emotional. Because I put in there, in this most imperfect world, I got to see
Oh,
in my children. I see it every day. And now that she's not here, her little perfection bubble just went poof. And it does.
yeah, there's no,
So sadly, the nurses are doing what I'm doing now and didn't have a steady hand. So, like I said, she managed 8. And that's wonderful in itself.
yes, absolutely. What a legacy. Absolutely. And there's, like I said, out of tragedy, there can be rebirth. And that's, it's, you don't get both sides in medicine often.
No, you don't.
And that's what kind of called me, is to be able to bridge that gap.
No, another reason why I left is for high school
Oh,
in the state.
mm,
And if I would have walked across the,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
I didn't, I wouldn't want to walk up to someone and say, you have Mr. Wise, they're my daughters.
Mm, yeah,
So
yeah.
mom got to start over.
And sometimes it's not a bad thing.
No, it's definitely not. You get better things sometimes if you start over.
True, true.
And I'm learning it the hard way. But speaking of that, all right, dear.
Good luck.
Don't cry.
Well, good luck. Oh my gosh, that's so heartbreaking.
On both ends.
Oh my gosh.
Like I said, if she was here to make a mistake again, I'd kick her ass severely because she shouldn't have been drinking and driving in the first place.
Right.
She wasn't even 19. And since she was coming from work, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know.
She shouldn't have been